Ready for qualifying at Buttonwillow and the Porsche Owners Club. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is former racer Joey Atterbury and POC member Joe Wiederholt. And we can see already we've got the Orange class, the Orange Cup drivers lined up, ready to go. Seeing how long some of these straights are, Joey, I have a feeling that it's going to be very important to try and work with someone to try and find some pace.
Yeah, well, Buttonwillow is one of these tracks that if you're down here in Southern California, you kind of know it like the back of your hand. There's a handful of road race tracks down there. Willow Springs also kind of within driving distance of Southern California, depending on where you live. But Buttonwillow is one of these configurations of racetracks that you can run a lot of different layouts out here. You can run clockwise, you can run counterclockwise, but essentially what this is going to be this weekend is going to be the outer layout. They call it the classic layout. We are going to be running the chicanes, and we're going to be running a clockwise direction here at Buttonwillow this weekend.
And I'm glad we have Joe with us to kind of give us a bit of the inside scoop. This spec Boxster class is obviously extremely popular, Joe. So is there anybody that you're looking out for? Are there drivers that are particularly good at Buttonwillow?
Well, I think I'd start by saying that we split our qualifying into two portions. This is the second group that you'll see. The group that you'll see going out now are the drivers that were slower in practice this morning. Not necessarily slow, but slower in practice this morning. And then the second group that you see, the second split, that will be the drivers that were faster in practice this morning. So the drivers, most of the drivers that you'll really be looking for will be in that second portion of the qualifying. I say the only exception to that, you'll see that there are some 944s in this group, and they're inherently slower than the spec Boxsters, so they're always going to run in this group.
So as we wait for them to head out onto the track, we heard Joey talking about how we're running the clockwise version. They have the bus stop added in as well onto this one, so that'll make for a tricky run from Club Corner down to Truck Stop and Riverside, but then things really open up. They will be taking Phil Hill in the middle of the drag strip, but they're going all the way to Star Mazda Turn, and that is perhaps one of the quickest portions of the lap, without a doubt. We can see some of them already heading towards the pit exit. Very curious to see what the lap times will, in fact, look like here in qualifying, because it does look like it's just under 2 minutes for our fastest cars overall. But then, as we heard, Joey, these are going to be the drivers on the lower end at the start, supposedly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they do that, but for me as a super competitive guy, I kind of like it because it almost kind of puts some times on the lap chart for you, so that way you got an idea of how fast you need to push it. I mean, look at the skies that we've got out here in Southern California today. It is overcast. It's typical high desert. Typically, we'll see, a little bit of a cooler morning, and then come the afternoon times, those tire temperatures are going to be screaming because the ambient temperatures have gotten so much hotter throughout the day. But right now, nice cool in the morning, 10 a.m. I think everybody is loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I still see hoodies on out there, so it's got to be at least a little chilly out under the gray skies here in California. But as the drivers get put into position, they'll be released soon enough and be sent on their way. Of course, as we said before, this is for the Orange Cup cars that are going to be qualifying first of two groups to start us out. We'll have the Red Cup a little bit later on this morning as well, and they have been released and are now on their way. Joe Wiederholt, how many years has the POC really been coming to this track? Because it seems like it's been a bit of a staple.
It has been a staple. I go back with the club 15 plus years, and we've been doing it the entire time that I've been with the club. So it goes back a long time. The configurations have remained more or less the same. The track conditions change from time to time. I think the track's lost a little grip over the last, say 10 years since, or 10 or 12 years since it was last repaved. So I think the times we have generally seen the times, increasing, not improving over the last few years, but we'll see. I would expect the pole for, not in this group, but in the faster group, I'll have to see what it is today, but I would guess we might get down into about the 206s with the Boxsters. The track record for the Boxsters is a high 203, but like I say, the track I think was in a grippier configuration then.
That's true. The ever-evolving track surface will play a part, no doubt, in this as they come out of bus stop and into truck stop here. It's going to be a long sweeper through Riverside, and then you'll see them really pick up the pace as well. A little bit of elevation change over the course of the lap. You can see some blind corners in there. The drivers do have to watch out for. But you talked about being in the high desert here, Joey. The nice thing is, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot to run into.
No, there's tons of runoff out here at Buttonwillow, so it's one of these racetracks that has lots of time attack events going on, lots of club racing going on, lots of track days, and it was kind of interesting to hear Joe talk about the lap times kind of continuing to get slower. Look at the surface of this place. It has not been repaved in a very, very long time, so you have all the sand, all the rocks that constantly get blown across the track. You get drivers that maybe get a little bit too ambitious out there and go off the track and drag everything back on. So that's not doing anything in terms of the grip for this place. It is a low grip racetrack, relatively flat when it kind of look at it from a track map. Yeah, there are some elevation changes over at turn number 9 and the same thing over at kind of the first sector, at least in this configuration. But it's one of these racetracks where the drivers can kind of see everything and really huck the car in and deal with it once it starts sliding, because that's just the nature of the racetrack. It is low grip.
Starting to see some drivers show up registering on our timing and scoring as they start their first flying lap. I think Hazari in the 152 going to be among our first. Not just brave out here racing cars. I understand that he also runs motorcycles, it looks like. A 550 Superbike and 400 modifieds as well over at the Willow Springs Motorcycle Club. It always impresses me when you get someone who's willing to hop onto two wheels, Joey, because that takes a bit of chutzpah to get out there.
Definitely. And especially when you're talking about some of those events. I've always wondered about the two-wheel stuff. Of course, had the career in the four-wheeled stuff, but I always love vehicle dynamics, so motorcycles always intrigued me. I just never really got on one because I like keeping my skeleton intact.
I kind of don't blame you on that one. Yeah, a lot to risk out there getting onto one of the two-wheelers. But still waiting for those first times to be put down, as we got 10 cars that have crossed the line at this stage. And you can see those beautiful mountains off in the distance with those very high clouds just covering things up, keeping the track nice and cool here in the morning. So we are expecting some good times to do that, but how much has that aged surface slowed things down? And if you're curious about kind of the layout, there you can see in the bottom left corner is our track map that they're running today.
And it's a little bit kind of deceiving that vertical straightaway, that is our start-finish line. And like I said, we're running clockwise, so the lap kind of starts out pointing upwards and takes that heavy 90-degree left into sector number 1, where there is some of that elevation change. And then, like we were talking about earlier, we're running both of those chicane configurations, both the bus stop and then Phil Hill, Lost Hill, whatever you want to call it over there. A little bit of a dirt mound on the far side of the racetrack.
I like that description. Looks like among the first times, Cesare a bit off of that record at a 2:11, but still our quickest on the first few laps. So not only was he the first one to cross the line, it looks like he might be holding that provisional pole. They do get 15 minutes, but it is such a long lap, Joe Wiederholt, that we're 5 minutes in. We're just seeing the first times registered, so you can't really dilly-dally as we have one car off, it looks like.
Yeah, I would say that typically we split this up into the two sessions, and oftentimes you'll get an out lap and then two hot laps and an in lap. You might get 3 hot laps, but it would depend on the timing. So you have 2 or 3 laps to get it done.
So it looks like that may have been at the off-ramp here. And the car is able to get going once again, so back onto the circuit. Couldn't quite make out the number of who that was off. I'm not sure if you recognize anybody, Joe. Yeah,
that was Ted Fetch.
Ah, okay. and he has not set a time yet. He was out late in this one, so it looks like he's compromised himself even more, having to wait patiently for an opening before he could return to the circuit. Everybody else, though, 10 out of the 11 drivers have put down a time.
Yeah, looks like the fastest lap time is Jane Scarcello out there in the number 866. A 2:10.4 is that current carrot to chase right now. Of course, these lap times are only good for that first lap. We're still waiting for the second lap to come in. Joe Peak, like you were saying, just between the 2-minute lap time plus a 15-minute session, there's not much time out there for these drivers to go out there and get up to speed. I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Ted go out there and be a little bit aggressive, and maybe a little bit too aggressive at first.
Of course, Jane Scarcello here racing with Greg alongside her, but she's first up amongst the two of them and is looking pretty good at that 2:10.4. It's about, it looks like 1.5 seconds over Hazari's quick lap that he managed to put down. One of our drivers kicking up a little dust coming off the final corner.
And go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was going to say, one of the things you'll notice at Buttonwillow is the dirt, it doesn't take much. You put a wheel off and you get a lot of dirt in the air, and it's very fine, silty dirt at Buttonwillow. So when it gets on the track, even though you don't see it, it does make it quite slippery. It's the finest dust you'll probably see anywhere.
And you can't escape it. It is everywhere out here at Buttonwillow. So, and anytime you see those dust clouds, at least as a competitor, as a driver, when you're coming up to it, you always kind of have to second guess. You say, well, where is that dirt? Is it on entry? Is it at apex? Is it at exit that I kind of don't have to worry about it? But it's always a little bit of a question mark. And look at all this dust getting kicked up here at apex. I believe this is over in the turn 3 section. But I mentioned low grip, and it's already kind of proven its point.
Yeah, this is heading off down towards Cotton Corners, like you were talking about, out of the off-ramp, and picking up quite a bit of speed before they get a little chicane in there. And then a double apex right-hander. And, of course, back into the bus stop once more. So still see Scarcello up at the top. Porteous, last lap at a 2:13.2. Is good enough for third. That's still about, looks like 2.8 seconds off of the 866's quickest time. Still proving quite a bit quicker than anybody else out here in this first group.
Just kind of getting into the rhythm of things. Every driver is a little bit different in how they're going to approach qualifying. Some drivers like to go out there and just immediately be extremely aggressive and say, hey, you know what, those first 2 laps are the best laps I've got for these qualifying tires, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of it. Some drivers might put a little bit more fuel in the car and say, I'm going to do progressive laps because I always get a little bit faster each lap that I'm out there. So different methods here in qualifying, but you're right, the number 866 still leading the way.
We're down to only about 5 minutes left as well, so they're coming to the end of it here shortly. Just saw Alicia Ray put in a 2:17.6. Oh, and then we got a little bit of change of position. I think that was David Gold up into 6th with a 2:17.0. So on his third lap, improving a decent amount, and that actually pushes down both Diane Cafferata and Alicia Ray to 7th and 8th.
Very interesting, and I think it's still this 2:10.4 that's leading the way, and that was the very, very first lap of the session, so maybe there's a little bit of warming of the weather. I see some blue sky starting to peek out over on the mountainside over there, and I'm sure that this overcast will be starting to burn off in no time. In fact, you pointed out the hoodies, but at least the flagger at start finish has shorts on. We're kind of reaching that crossover point.
Yeah, I was going to say that you kind of have to pick one or the other at the start unless you want to carry a change of pants with you out there. I'm sure there's going to be a dramatic change in that temperature as the day goes on. But we're seeing if we get any dramatic changes in the time. Down to the last 4 minutes now. And we've seen at least 3 laps from almost all the cars out there. You were talking about the number of laps that they should be able to get in, Joe Wiederholt. And do see Ted Freck with his late start has only put 2 in. So again, it looks like he's struggling a bit back there.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you talked about the starter, I would usually call that the standard Southern California uniform, shorts and a jacket. So. And it is a relatively cool morning out here this morning, which is actually for us a nice change after a summer where a lot of the races are pretty hot. This is it's a nice break to get a cooler day.
I was going to ask, what is the temp out there right now?
I would say it's probably 70 about right now.
Okay, so and if it's 70 here at 10 a.m., we're probably looking at a low 80s day, assuming.
Yeah, I mean, with the cloud, the prediction is it won't even get to 80, which would be very nice.
Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds like a beautiful day of Southern California racing. Exactly what these Porsches want to hear.
Hopefully we get some nice clean and green racing as well out there. So far, so good. We just had the one big off that we saw with Ted kind of stuck at the side, but everybody else able to carry on. Still seeing that 1.5 second difference between P1 and P2. Vivek has not been able to push up to that top spot. And again, we still need to combine these times after that second group comes in. Another lap listed by the 152 does not improve. And that looked like that maybe was a slow lap for him at 2:19.3. Wonder if he was just on a cool down to try and see if he could push one last time.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I mentioned kind of some of the different strategies here in qualifying, and some of the drivers, let's say if you make a mistake early on in the lap, in turn number 2 or turn number 3, it can be easy to get caught up and try to make up some of that time, but usually that is not the way to do it. You need to actually let go of that lap, just kind of abandon it. So if you've made a mistake, you're not going to make it up. Abandon it. Have a slow lap. Cool everything down. And then when you get to that final corner into that brake zone, get back up to speed so that way you can go after it again at full speed for that next qualifying attempt.
Yeah, that's a very common thing is if you do make a mistake, you'll just try to make sure that you drive at a speed so that you're in a good gap so that your next lap you have room in front of you and maybe room behind you with no pressure, and then let the tires cool a bit, and then try to get you can compromise your entry on the last corner and get a super good exit, and then that will help you start off on your hopefully best qualifying lap.
Among this group, worth noting that we have a couple different classes represented. Scarcello is in the GT5 class. Then you've got Hazari in the Spec 2.7. Portia is sitting in third in the GT7. And then you start to get some repeats. Bob Chang in BSR, along with David Gold, Dustin Durant, Diane Cafferata, and Alicia Ray. And then Kunal Hinduja as well is also in that BSR class. They're all very much clumped together as the checkered flag comes out. Cars crossing the line, but I'm not seeing anybody jumping order currently.
And talking about that BSR class, yes, it is Bob Chang with a kind of a healthy lead right now by about 3 seconds. But I'm looking the difference between second and third here in this first part of qualifying. Only a 1/10 of a second separating David Gold and Dustin Durant.
That's a good point. An even quicker time. Scarcello down to a 2:09.8 now. Wow. Great time for Jane. And that's going to put her over 2 seconds ahead of Hazari. While they are not competing in the same class, we all know racers, Joey. They want to beat everybody they can.
You know, we talk lots about driver rankings and driver classes, and toss it all out the window. I think if you look at one car and say, okay, it's got 400 horsepower, and this other car maybe only has 200 horsepower, okay, different classes. But you're right, drivers always want to be the fastest no matter what they're ranked up against.
I believe they should bring these cars in, and it should be almost immediately that we've got the second half released out there. Joe Wiederholt, is there any surprises you see in there that kind of caught you off guard?
I don't think so. I mean, that's, I'll say more or less I get to watch their practice sessions in the morning, and so I didn't see any real surprises in that. I think, we'll see. I'm hoping that we'll see some good competition for the pole in this upcoming group. I think you'll see some substantially faster times. So, I'm looking forward to that. I guess, the proof will be in the pudding on that when we actually see them go out. But I think the top A few cars in the next group should have a fairly tight cluster and should be a good fight for pole.
Mentioned that 3-second difference, Joey, for Bob Chang. I was just double checked, and I had forgotten that this is his first year actually racing, so competition against other cars live on the track. He's only been time trialing for about 5 years with the POC, but I guess that time trialing has served him quite well because his single lap pace pretty good compared to his rivals.
And Joe, remember what I said earlier about this racetrack? Lots of time attack, lots of club racing, lots of DE events happen here at Buttonwillow. So if there's going to be a driver that really knows this place, it's probably going to be a time trials driver.
That's a good point. And haven't seen anybody else, I think, making improvements on this last time through, since it is over 2 minutes to get around here. We're waiting for the last of those cars to find their way back in a pit lane. I assume after that they're going to be releasing the next set. And thankfully, we didn't see anybody really have any major issues that could have caused them problems heading into the race itself. So last thing we want to see is somebody compromised before we even get to the actual competition portion. And the flagman then has a nice little break there up on the stand while we wait for things to cycle over. There on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see our results of the first group in qualifying. Jane Scarcello quickest with Vivek Hazari second, then Mike Porteous P3. Bob Chang is fourth, David Gold P5, Dustin Durant in sixth, Diane Cafarata in seventh. You've got Alicia Ray in eighth position, qualifying ninth. It was Kunal Hinduja with Randy Bergam in 10th and Ted Freck down in 11th. And we'll get them lined up for this next group in just a moment and on their way. And it looks like, yeah, I think that's some new cars right now.
Yeah, it certainly seems like they've been released out onto the racetrack. And just one other kind of close times to note there, Diane and Alicia only separated by about a 1/10 of a second as well. I was mentioning those other BSR classed cars. Well, there's two more that are pretty much going to be right next to each other in terms of performance.
Well, I'm digging this. The Herbie the Love Bug logo there.
This is Rob Walker's car. Rob drives in a number of series, and basically all of them that he can. He has the same livery. He has Herbie in all of his cars, including when he drives in Carrera Cup.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I did remember seeing him competing in Sprint Challenge for a little bit too, and always had that Herbie the Love Bug livery on his car there as well. This gives us a nice perspective. Definitely attacking some of these curbs, Joey.
You have to. At Buttonwillow, you have to be so aggressive with this racetrack. I pretty much consider dirt part of the racetrack out here. You just have to kind of straight line whatever you can. This is coming into that Star Mazda turn down here, turn number 10, so we're at the kind of far end of the racetrack down here. You'll accelerate out of this hairpin, and then comes up the S's section. You want to talk about jumping over curbs, Joe? Let's see how aggressive this driver is here.
Taking quite a bit in the first one, second one as well. Yeah, he is definitely trying to narrow that out as much as he can. The other thing I do love watching this onboard is I've spent so long now, calling a lot of true race cars, seeing an actual H pattern out there being used, go up and down through the gearbox. It's a joy to see Rob show that skill as he runs down the main straight.
See how long we ride on board here. And I hate to correct you. I don't think that this is actually an H pattern. I think that this is I'm not sure if it's a sequential shift car. I know that they make some adapters. Go ahead.
It is an H pattern. Yeah, it is an H pattern shifter. Yeah, these have all these cars the spec Boxsters are 97 through 99 Boxsters, and they all have a 5-speed H pattern
it looks
gearbox.
Like car off down there. Was that the 614? It looked to be the Tiger themed car down at turn number 12.
Yeah, that's Murray Wonderly. Yeah, that's a very easy to overcook that in corners called Sunset. Coming into that, you're trying to carry speed. The corner's deceptively slow, I'll say, from a driver's perspective. Very easy to overcook it into that corner. That's a very typical spot to go off.
Thankfully able to drive it back onto the track pretty easily. Wonderly does not just POC here, but also the PCA, another big Porsche group, but runs in 24 Hours of Lemons, World Racing League as well. So he gets pretty active and has obviously put that car through its paces.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how Murray recovers from that. I would expect him to be top 5 in this group, but we'll see how he recovers from that.
So still waiting for times in this latest group. But it looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars I've seen that have crossed the line. I imagine we might get a couple more out there if they're breaking it up pretty evenly with that first group. And boy, you can really see what you were talking about there, Joe W., that not even touching the dirt, cars blowing up some of it just as they get close to it. So yeah, that very fine, light dirt seems to just find its way everywhere.
Now that those lap times came through, you can see that Nick Malloy went to the top with a 204.6 and Rob Walker had a 204.8. So, I mean, that's more like what I'm expecting in this group. A little quicker than I was thinking, maybe with track kind of dusty, but in that range, you know, just under 205 at 204.8.
Yeah, just those 2/10 ahead of Rob Walker, Nigel Maidment. Back there by, if I'm seeing that right, 3 seconds to those two. So he's got some work to do. And that is all our BSR drivers between those top 3. So that's all within class, not just the overall for this orange group. Then you get down to Bill Durant, who's also in this group. Oh, and another off, unfortunately, for Wonderly.
Was that deja vu?
Felt like a bit there.
It certainly looked like almost a spitting image shot, and that is through that turn number 12, call it Sunset Corner over there, the final corner before leading out onto this front straightaway. And yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Joe W., because it's a deceiving corner. You just came off of a fast S section. You got to get the car slowed down, and it pretty much truly is a 90-degree corner. It doesn't have a whole lot of runoff out there, so if you don't get the front end hooked up out there, you're kind of in for a ride.
That's 2 rides off into the dirt for now. Go ahead.
I would say anyone that's raced here for any number of races will have at least one experience doing that. So it's a very common spot to go off. It's not common to go off twice in a row, but you know, every day is a new day.
You got to find the limit eventually.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure he's a little frustrated to see another one now. That's be Carl Vandershoot. I was going to say, unfortunately, we have seen many cars where if you lose it like he just did there and go off, very easy to get wide and hook it back across the track and hit the inner wall. Luckily, he did not do that, but that is also something that we do see in the various groups running out here.
And I was also going to say that the wind direction is very convenient today. So if you do go off in that final corner, it just kind of blows the dirt off of the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll hope it stays that way.
Sometimes Mother Nature plays at least a little bit nice with you. Glad to see that Vandershoot was able to keep that from getting into that inside wall. I was worried that it was going to skip across the track there. Interestingly, Scarcello's time still good enough for 6th. So the 866 car really put in a stonker in. We're still waiting. Well, no, we're not still waiting for anybody to set a time. Everybody has at least one down on the board. But there is a decently wide gap across the field at this stage. For P1 and P2, it's grown to about half a second as Malloy's latest lap did distance himself a couple more tenths over Walker.
And so that's a 204.3 is what Malloy turned that second lap. Although I'd keep my eye on Rob Walker in that number 253 because his first time competitive, his second time way off the pace, a 210. So that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, probably just cooling down the car and getting ready for that next attempt. I'd expect this lap number 3 from Rob Walker to be even faster.
Yes, and Rob got a little traffic on that lap. So I think that also contributed to it. Again, I think he just needed to also get himself a gap. So he'll hopefully get himself a good gap, and hopefully Murray will get one clean lap in, and then we'll see what he could do. Again, and I would expect, if I was to predict, he would, probably come in around the 4th or 5th-ish, but I guess we'll see.
Boy, Vandershoot was right up behind that car ahead and didn't get a quick lap time. Durant did instead. He jumps up into 4th ahead of Carl in his 526 machine, down to a 2070 at this stage, about 2.7 off the overall pole, but he's the quickest of our GT5s right now, and Bill is actually competing with Carl for that class lead. James Scarcello also in that GT5.
And just look at the ambient change that we've seen in the weather. Now, I doubt it's jumped up in terms of degrees, but on one part of the racetrack, you still get some of these cloudy, overcast shots, and then unfortunately, that's a problem. That looked like tire smoke coming out. Hopefully, not a more serious problem here. Didn't catch the number on that white Boxster going down the front straightaway right here. But then at these shots, look at beautiful blue sky, and sometimes over on the other side of the racetrack, tons of sun beating down on the racetrack. Probably by the time we come back from after lunch, it's going to be a sunny day.
I think you're right. And that could change the conditions pretty dramatically. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that's certainly what we're expecting. As with any weather, I guess we'll find out, but we're expecting a sunny afternoon.
And Joe, did you see that car going down the front straightaway there, smoking? Did you by chance get a number on that thing?
I didn't.
That would have been, I believe that would be Adam Abrams. And it looked like, to me, occasionally you'll see with these Boxsters, there will be an issue with if the oil's slightly overfilled or something, there could be an issue with the air oil separator, and they'll puff smoke out on deceleration. I think that's what it is, but it's not ever a good thing. But it's not. It isn't like a terminal thing typically.
Yeah, no, I see what you're talking about, and you see it kind of puff out of the back of some of these cars, and it's just something to keep an eye on for sure. Looks like we do have the checkered flag ending this qualifying session.
Grant, the first one to take that checkered flag, does not improve, but still remains ahead of Vandershoot for the GT5 pole. Next up across the line, I believe that is Rob Walker, and he also does not manage to improve. That looked like it was another slow lap at a 2:24, so wasn't really trying to run a flyer, I think, on that one. Whoa, as we've got somebody well off coming out of Sunset.
And just to make a comment on Rob Walker, yes, his very last time was slower. He did improve his time down to a 2:04.7 on lap number 3, and then had that second cooldown lap, which would have been lap number 4.
That makes much more sense there. As not seeing anybody crossing the line now. Didn't catch who that was having that big moment coming wide.
That was Nigel Maidment.
Gotcha. Yeah, and he's
Nigel has a good rally background, so a little dirt won't put him on.
Well, and you know what's probably frustrating for him? I'm looking at his last lap time, a 2:06.9, and that's with him running through the dirt out there at the exit of turn number 12. His fastest time, a 2:06.8. So I'm sure that he had a really fast one going, and then it kind of slipped through his fingertips on the last corner.
Yeah, I'm sure he's disappointed with that, but he gathered it up, and no harm, no foul.
Well, Wonderly did great. We just saw him cross the line, and he jumped up into 6th ahead of Scarcello. So that puts some distance between himself and Branimir Kovac, who is his other BSR competitor behind him, now split by a different class car. Nice last lap gasp there from the 614 driver. Not seeing anybody else across the line since then, so we may have completed our qualifying at this stage, and 18 drivers have managed to set a time. Indeed, it does look like we are able to call it. Nick Malloy, your fastest in the orange group, with Rob Walker in second. From there, Nigel Maidment is in third. Bill Durant is in P4, and Carl Vandershoot is fifth. Murray Wonderly, good enough for P6 today. Jane Scarcello excellent considering she was part of that first group, all the way up in 7th. Radomir Kovac in P8. Vivek Hazari, also part of that first group, and good enough for 9th. Mike Porteous was 10th. Bob Chang, P11. David Gold was 12th, and Dustin Durant was 13th. Diane Cafferata, 14th. Alicia Ray, 15th. Kunal Hinduja in the 16th position. Randy Bergam in 17th, and Ted Freck rounding out our 18-car field. We got a little bit more qualifying coming up after this. We'll be back at 11:50 a.m. at Pacific time for the Red Cup qualifying. down, and now we're heading into the Red Cup qualifying. I'm Joe Peak, back once again here with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt to bring you the action as drivers are lined up and looking very eager to go. A slightly larger machinery on this one here, Joey. This is going to be intense through some of the corners, and there you can see they're getting the signal that it is getting very close to qualifying, 5 minutes away.
Yeah, see those hands up in the air. So the drivers and teams will probably fire the engines here in another couple minutes. See a lot of the drivers' doors still open, getting some of that fresh air inside the cockpit of these cars. It's still a nice, pleasant day down in Southern California right now, mild temperatures, but inside of the race cars, it can get quite warm, especially when you got them all sealed up with all those windows and whatnot. So any fresh air that you can get, I think the drivers will certainly take to it right now. And like you said, I'm a little anxious to see these Cup cars, these bigger machineries, kind of get out there here at Buttonwillow.
It's Mike Monsalve there in the 87, currently waiting in that nice sort of British racing green machine. He's actually won quite a bit. A 7-time overall winner of the POC's annual tribute to Le Mans race. For a long time, they actually held it at a different California track, the Auto Club Speedway, which sadly is no longer with us. But he's definitely seen a lot of success in the endurance format, which I don't believe we'll have this weekend. It should be the regular sprint format as we look further down the field at some of the 992 spec cars here.
That's Eric Olber's. Eric had been driving in the 991.2 spec cars, but he has a new car here, so he's going to be trying out the 992.
So you can see a variety of different cars, some of them a little bit more classic than the others as well. Along this, I do love that about the POC is that they try to match these classes up well, but sometimes, Joey, you get a few machines out there that have had a few more years on them, but also have some very classic looks that just feels right on the track.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a good question for Joe Wiederholt in here. Now, we obviously have a lot of the 992 cars out here, some 991s. I think I saw a 996 up towards the front, a blue one. Are there many other chassis here in this run group?
Yeah, you'll basically kind of see this split in that in this red run group, we have a spec 991.2 class. They can also run the the newer Cup cars, the 992s, the 992-1s, those are. But then you'll also see when you were looking at that, like that blue car, that 996 base turbo, that's in our GT3 class. You'll see a real variety of cars in that class, really different platforms and different approach to the engine. Some of them naturally aspirated, some of them turbos, but they put down pretty similar lap times. Basically, those are a power to weight class. So we dyno the cars, and we have a minimum weight for each of those vehicles, and so they're remarkably competitive, even though they're entirely different architecture. Some of them going back to the air-cooled cars. You will see there's a black car in the 28, I believe, in the GT3 class. I mean, that's an air-cooled car, doesn't have anti-lock brakes, nothing. It's like these three in a row. You see the green and white car, the blue car, and the black car. Those are all in GT3. Completely different platforms, but they'll probably run very close lap times.
Well, and I love having you here in the commentary booth. This 21 car, is this a tube frame with an updated body on it, or is this still the original chassis, original bodywork on it?
That's still the original chassis and bodywork. That's Brad Keegan in that car. Brad's been with a long time. It's had a lot of success, and he really, he's been driving cars since I can remember. He has it very optimized. You wouldn't necessarily think that car would be super competitive, but in particular at a track like Buttonwillow, which is relatively technical, a lot of direction. That's a fairly light car with a little bit lower power. The car behind it, the 7.0, that's Brett Caviglio, a little bit more power, but a higher minimum weight, so it's a little bit more of a handful. Like going something like Cotton Corners doesn't want to use direction as well, but on the straights, he'll probably run him down a little bit. And then the one after that is a 997 Cup. And so three very different cars. That's Ryder Lou in that car. Again, I'm hoping this is just qualifying, but I hope when we get to the race this afternoon, you'll see all three of them racing each other in those three really disparate cars, which is kind of the opposite from the spec category where we have, identically prepared factory cars.
By the way, while we wait for them to get ever closer to that release out for qualifying, we do want to remind you, if you're enjoying the coverage here on DriversEye Live, to make sure and subscribe. And of course, if you are enjoying it, don't forget to share and give us a like if you find yourself having fun today watching all the action out here at Buttonwillow for the Porsche Owners Club. Just saw my timing and scoring switch over, so I'm going to assume that's a signal that they are getting ready to send these cars out. And like last time, we will have a first half and a second half of qualifying, each of them 15 minutes, giving the drivers plenty of space out on the circuit as they are waved forward.
Now, Joe Wiederholt, you were pretty spot on with what those Boxster spec cars were turning in terms of lap times and what you were predicting earlier this morning. What do you think the fast guys are going to be doing here in this session?
A little hard day, but I would guess they'll be, low 50s. I think we might see. Like I say, track conditions, I never know. I have not been out there today, but I would think we'll see, 51, 52. We could see something faster than that. I just don't know if we'll quite get there today. We have had sessions certainly where drivers are below in the 49s. I think practice this morning, probably the best I saw was like a 53, but they're on fresh tires now, so we'll see what they can do. I was going to say, just point out when you saw that orange car go through, it's kind of our own celebrity there that you just saw go through frame. That's Tom Mueller. Tom was one of the very early employees at SpaceX. He's the father of the Merlin engine, and recently started his own company, Impulse Space. So he's our space celebrity on track today.
Hopefully, be able to go quite as fast there.
And the Merlin engine, meaning the Merlin engine that was famously powering the P-51?
No, the Merlin engine that powers Falcon 9 spacecraft.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say
Yes.
that. Yeah, copy. Now we're on the same page.
not that old.
Yeah, he's but that's a reasonable question. Most people don't know about that engine, but thank you for remembering the WW2 engine. So. Yes, Tom's, like I say, he's probably as close to a tech celebrity as we have.
All right, so looks like he might be one of those that I think we will have an onboard with as well. So we'll check in with him a little bit later in this coverage. This is the outlaps for our cars. We've got a nice view through Phil Hill there, but this is the entry into the hairpin of Star Mazda turn. Nice little more than 90-degree corner, but it will be important to get a good exit out of it into the S's here. Just constant back and forth. We saw from some of our onboards in the last one, drivers needing to very much have to straight line that as much as possible. And then, of course, down out of Sunset on to the main straight. Selby, I think, going to be the first driver to start a lap time. Bob Mueller's just right behind him. Monsalve is out there. We've got Eric Aubert, who we heard mentioned on the grid walk. Tom Mueller also on the track. Anna Predescu also in the number 100 out racing.
All these cars nice kind of lined up on the front straightaway there, starting their laps kind of together. We were talking about some different strategies and qualifying earlier with some of the other run groups, and some drivers kind of like to have a carrot to go out there and chase. Some drivers like to have a completely clean windshield so that way they can focus on their marks, but every driver approaches it just a little bit differently.
I think that's a good summary.
In the background.
Go ahead. That was a good summary, though. The drivers, some want to just focus, and others love to have that carrot dangled in front of them, and it can make them go faster. It's to each individual.
It certainly seems to kind of be a matter of different strokes for different folks, and whatever really gets you up to speed the best, you might as well just go for it and not try to subscribe to any sort of philosophy that just doesn't suit the way that you feel most comfortable out there. We wait patiently for the first laps in. We're about 3 minutes into this 15-minute session before we'll hand it over to the next group. And on board, I would love to see some of our quicker drivers, with these being quite a bit faster cars, what some of these fast corners look like. And it looks like Selby has a 151.8 to set the mark, but Mueller has already bumped it down. Monsalve as well goes even faster, down to a 50.3. So we're seeing times already being knocked down and down and down.
Thought some of those faster cars go sub 2 minutes earlier in that run group, but yeah, just some extremely fast performing cup cars out here with some, I should say, a ton of grip underneath them. Still a low grip racetrack, but you can see these modern day machines, they're just so well adapted no matter where you bring them. If it's the high banks of Daytona or a desert track like here at Buttonwillow, they can get the job done. A 50.33 by Monsalve, the carrot to chase.
Van Noy managed second on that first time around, about half a second off, so a little bit closer this time. We saw some big gaps there over in the Boxster category for the Orange Cup, but these drivers certainly look like they have managed to get a little bit closer to one another. I think Bob Mueller within 0.3 of Van Noy as well, so close to maybe taking that front row away. Watching through the bus stop here, and on the exit of it, it'll take you along the long sweeping right-hander of Riverside before it starts to straighten out a little bit. Of course, we have a kink in this long drag strip. This is Phil Hill, like I mentioned before, up and over a pile of dirt, I think we heard Joe W. describing it as earlier.
It's a super fun corner because every car going over there will get light, and so the car gets very kind of twitchy as it sets down. You go over it and the car is just super light, so it's really an enjoyable corner to get just right and have the car squirming around as you kind of land it as you come over the hill.
Ooh, Monsalve's gone quicker now. Mueller in his second, Van Noy still in third. Tom Mueller as well just crossed the line, improved his time, but didn't improve his position. He stays in P6, is now within 0.4 of Eric Aubert's and the Spec 992. We got a couple different classes. The Spec 991.2 carries the top 4 spots right now. Monsalve, Bob Mueller, Van Noy, and Selby. Then you get to the 992s with Eric Aubert's, back to Tom Mueller and Anna Pretichu in the 991.2. And Garrett Wesseling, it looks like, has just jumped in behind them in that 991.2. From there, Daryl Troster is the only GT2 car we have in this group. And then it's a pair of GT3s to round it out with Salzer and Janishak behind them.
Just watching these cars go around through qualifying here. Nice job on the rundown there. I think that the majority of these cars could probably do 5 laps, given this is, call it a 15-minute session. They're doing just under 2 minutes per lap out here, but you got to remember when you get released from the grid, the timer starts, and you're still probably pulling out of pit lane. That's a slow warm-up lap if you have to abandon any and really kind of focus on others. I think you're looking at 5 laps at best. With this Buttonwillow racetrack, probably more like 3 or 4 focused good laps here in qualifying.
On Joe W., one of the things that always strikes me is when you get faster cars, it is a higher risk versus reward scenario as well. You make mistakes here, and I feel like it's going to be not necessarily costly in terms of wrecks and things, but I feel like you could lose a lot of time easily.
Yes, I mean, these cars, I mean, like, I wish we had a lovely view, but maybe going through the S's. But I mean, if you make any kind of a little error there, you'll lose so much time because they are. I mean, that's where they're probably carrying the most speed on the track, is getting to sunset at the completion of the lap after having come through the S's. You are really moving, and any little mistake, you're going to lose a lot of time. It'd be interesting in this case, even with the spec cars, we were talking about them riding the curbs earlier. Depending on the car's setup, you can set up the car a little softer or change the ride height a little bit to ride the curbs better, but you may give up some things elsewhere on the track. So it's a nice typical balancing act to try and get the car set up to either use curbs through the bus stop or use more or less of the curbs going through the S's, just kind of driver's choice. You can pick up some lap time by using those curbs, but you can also easily upset the car.
Like I was saying, it's definitely a risk versus reward sort of scenario. And we got a little bit of a glance there through the S's. Not nearly as twisty here over Phil Hill. It is still Monsalve who is up at the top, only driver to have broken underneath 150s so far at a 149.8. He's got about 4/10 over Bob Mueller at this stage. Bob hasn't obviously put that Merlin engine in the car quite yet to try and blast him up to the front, but the 128 is keeping Mike honest.
I always like to try to draw parallels, and we've been talking a lot about turn 9 over there, Phil Hill. And I think if everybody is more familiar with Mid-Ohio, turn number 9 at Mid-Ohio is very, very similar in the sense that you got to approach it in the flat. It comes up to an over crest at apex, and then all of a sudden the track totally falls away at exit. But at the same time, it seems like it's never wide enough out there at exit. I think that turn number 9 here at Buttonwillow, very, very similar as it's got the checkered flag out.
Yep, so that's it for this session. Drivers completing their hot laps. I think the first one we just got a glance of was the 87 of Mike, and then Anna's number 100 machine, I believe, was the next one across. She did not improve, sits at a 153.5 in 7th at best in this group. We'll wait for the second group to see the final order. And next one across is going to be Garrett Wesseling. He also does not manage to go faster, although he was within 3/10 of his best time, so he was on a pretty good lap.
Watching all the cars here complete their lap if they were able to start a new one before that checkered flag came out. If not, everybody else is on a cool down. And I was always taught that, especially in club racing, it's the foundation here. And especially if you've got somebody really smart on the other side of pit wall, is you got to keep the temperatures up. You got to keep the pressures up and alive in this race car, because the data is so important for the crew. Is the car oversteering? Is it understeering? How's the balance of it? You need all that data live and fresh off of the racetrack rather than having a cool down lap that kind of skews it all.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast the tires will cool. So, I mean, there are a number of reasons why your in-lap should not be dawdling. I mean, you want to bring it in if you want to check pressures, or if you're checking tire temperatures, you would like to keep those representative. Also, just from the organizer standpoint, we want the cars, they're done. We want the cars off the track so we can start the next run session. We have a full day today, and we like to keep everybody moving along. It will be interesting to see when we get to the second split. We did have one GT2 car out in that group and a couple GT3 cars, but we'll get to see the second group. Basically, you're going to see G3 and GT2 cars, so we'll see, although they won't probably break into the top spots, we will see a lot of action changing around down in that 9, 10, 11 spots as we start to set the grid for GT2 and GT3.
Speaking of that grid, here's how our first group wound up. First goes to the 87 of Mike Monsalve. You've got Bob Mueller in P2 in the 128. Brian Van Noy in third in the 641. And it's Dwayne Selby in the number 52 in fourth. Eric Auber's in the 0 car was fifth. You've got Tom Mueller in P6 and Apprentice in the number 100 machine in 7th. Garrett Wesseling, in 8th position. Daryl Troster was P9, and it is Jim Salzer in 10th. Mick Janaszak, the last of the 11. I'm Joe Peak here with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt. An entire Joe booth for us this weekend, which has certainly made it fun trying to get certain people's attention out here. I was digging up, actually, Joe W., some of the info. One thing that impressed me as I was looking through is Old Bears says he's been a POC member for 39 years. I mean, I know this has been around, this club has been around for 75 years, but that is commitment. Wow.
Yeah, Eric has been with the club from my perspective forever, and he's been a great member. I mean, he's consistently racing with us. Eric also has a business, and what you see up there, Westwood Racing. Eric is a sponsor, and so he sells what he drives. So very good to have him out here. A lot of experience. That whole front of this field have all raced with each other a lot. Typically have some good races, and they all trust each other. So fun to watch.
And clearly not slow, considering he managed to put his car into fifth, about, it looks like, 2.5 seconds off the quickest time. But again, he's the first of the Spec 992 cars as well in that first group. But I think they've released our second group, it looks like, because we've got cars heading around. Or is this car still heading in? I was trying to make...
No, this is the cars going on there. They are on that outlap for the second group.
Yep,
right.
So this is the second half of that red qualifying session, and this is that shot up over turn number 9. So they're actually going to be getting to their first timed laps here. They're going to be starting, I should say, their first timed laps here in a matter of a few corners.
Indeed. And then we'll start to see where they cycle into this group. From what we were hearing on Joe W., it was going to be a little bit lower towards the bottom end for some of these drivers competing with the GT2s and GT3 classes. And Joe, maybe you can help enlighten us. How does the POC decide to delineate these classes? What's kind of the methodology?
We have basically there's a set of general competition rules that establish power to weight classes, with GT1 being an unlimited class, whatever, run what you brung. And then each class below that has basically take the measured horsepower to the measured weight of the car. That's the weight of the car as it comes off the track at the end of the race. And that's just a ratio, and then those ratios fall into categories, just numbers. And then the only other thing that adds to that is many of these cars, like all the Spec 991.2s, those will be on full race slicks, like Michelin's, for example, or Yokohama's. They're on Yokohama's for the spec cars. But they can also, you'll see cars like in GT3, potentially, that might be on like something like Hoosiers that are not a full slick. They are a DOTR tire, so less than 100 tread wear rating. That also affects what that power to weight ratio would be, whether you're on full slicks or maybe those something like a Hoosier. So I mean, that was a little talking, but it's basically a very simple formula. We just have to measure the horsepower and measure the weight, and that's how they get categorized. And people look at that, so then they're trying to find where a car that fits best into those classes. You want to be right at the top of your power to weight range when you come in at the end of the race.
I think that's a nice, simple method to go about it and make it fair as well. So I like the ease of competition categorization there that keeps it from getting too crazy out on the track. And of course, drivers, I'm sure, will try to find loopholes to get themselves a bit of an edge, but it should keep things pretty close as we wait for some times to hit the board now. We saw our 11 drivers in that first group and just saw them cross the line. Thought we were going to get some. There we go. Daryl Troster now showing as the quickest, although I think he was part of that first group, actually.
Yeah, Daryl was out in the first. We'll see if anybody. There are several other GT2 class cars out in this group, and we'll see if they are able to better that time. And then the brunt of these cars are GT3 cars.
I think we're just waiting to see timing and scoring. Make sure we can get that back up so that way we can report. I know that it was Monsalve I believe at a 49.8. That was currently the fastest lap time that we've seen, at least here today at Buttonwillow during all of the qualifying sessions. That was set by Mike Monsalve out there, and just got the second half of this red qualifying group out here, and be very curious if we're going to get anybody that's going to go faster than that.
Exactly. And like we heard, it's the GT3 cars, so it shouldn't be up with those 991.2 specs quite as much, although you never know. Somebody could pull a blinder out there. Just waiting to see some times pop up for us, and then we'll start to give you the information, but you can see it cycling through on the left on the previous group as needed if anybody is curious. And I was looking in on Bob Mueller and some of his adventures. Is also actually raced over on the East Coast a lot, it looks like, over at Sebring, VIR, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, over in the Midwest at Road America as well. So a driver that definitely gets around to some of the greatest hits up here on the continent.
And Joe W., I want to ask you, obviously Buttonwillow is very well known in Southern California, but do you get very many POC members to come from outside of Southern California to come race specifically here at Buttonwillow?
I'll say that we it's a split. We certainly have a center of gravity in Southern California, but we have drivers that come from Arizona and Utah, Nevada. I mean, those are the primary other states. We have a few folks come from Texas, not every time, but for a lot of events. So, but yeah, like we pick up a lot of folks from Arizona, Nevada, and we all, like I say, we have some folks come routinely from Utah. Daryl Troster is that's at that time. Daryl's from Utah, so it's again, center of gravity is in Southern California, but we draw drivers from all over the Southwest.
And that definitely makes sense. You know, there's plenty of motorsports in the Southwest, but kind of to your point, Southern California is kind of the mecca when you're looking for the true automotive aftermarket industry, everything going on. Lots of production now based out in California as well. So that definitely makes sense.
Well, see, there you go, Joe.
Yeah,
you can get yourself a Porsche, be the first Seattleite to come and join the crew.
Do you guys have anybody from the Pacific Northwest to make the drive down? That's quite a ways to drive down from the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I'm not recalling anyone off the top of my head, like coming from Washington State, for example. We would welcome that participation, but that's a long haul.
Yeah, that's a pretty good trip all the way down the coast there. We're starting to see some times now. It looks like the quickest of this second group is Gaviglio in the number 70, but he's sixth overall, so he has definitely gotten up into the mix amongst that first group, and that's in the GT3 car. Radu Liu down in the 683 is the next one. He's in 8th position, so they're split by Tom Mueller currently. And I'm seeing a lot of those GT3s here in this group. We're up to 21 times on the board, so this is going to be a pretty full field here in the Red Cup.
And Joe W., I think we're watching the 21 car here. This is Brad Keegan. This is another one of those, call it older cars, at least in comparison to the majority that's in this run group. How long has this car been racing for? Do you know the history on it?
I know roughly the history. I mean, this car's been racing for certainly, I'll say, over 15 years. I don't, it's hard for me to go back much farther than that with good recollection. But yeah, over 15 years. And I mean, that's an air-cooled car. That's some people might think it was a vintage car and they keep it in their garage. But Brad has that thing tuned within an inch of its life. I mean, as far as it's like one with him. He's been driving it a long time. He loves the car. It's good at a track like this with a lot of change of direction because, again, that's a lower horsepower car than for example, the Brett Caviglio's, but it's also a lighter car. So it tends to change direction better, but has less grunt down the straights.
A little bit wide there coming through Sunset and towards the line here. The 21 will cross not able to improve on the 55-1. He was about 4/10 off that time by. Yeah, I do love the old school flavor that he brings, but I do want to note it says that he actually raced in stock cars as well for about a decade. So quite a varied history. I love when drivers kind of cross over disciplines like that. Oval drivers trying road drivers getting on the oval and just expanding their experience.
And to kind of prove Joe W's point out here and how fast this thing is and how much it's just kind of got the neck wrung out of it. It's a 1982. It's only got about 285 horsepower, is what he's claiming, about 287. But the thing weighs less than 2,500 pounds. So it is a lightweight out there. No anti-lock brakes, no traction control, none of the stuff that these newer Cup cars have. So, yeah, Brad Keegan definitely going out there and wringing its neck. Currently, his fastest lap time, the 155.19.
And like Brad is shifting that car for himself. That's a clutch car. So he's shifting that car versus, what I'll say, I don't know if there's anybody else out there, maybe, but the rest of them are probably all paddle shifts. So
that's a good point.
He's rowing his own.
Wow. That makes it all the more impressive. I believe he's third in the GT3 class currently behind Gaviglio and Liu. So Brett showing that he's really got some speed underneath him. Can only imagine if you did stick him in one of the more modern cars, if he would be whooping up on a bunch of these drivers, because he's certainly doing fantastic in that 82 Porsche. In the meantime, it is still Monsalve who is the quickest overall as we come to the end of the session. That's Brad actually crossing the line right now, still unable to go lower than the 55-1. He came within 0.2 this time.
Pretty consistent, and when you go back and look at the data, that's exactly what you want to see is consistency. Of course, you always want to go faster and have that consistency trend in that faster direction, but if you're driving the car the same every single lap, that lap time should be very, very consistent. And then you can go and say, all right, well, I can go a little bit deeper here because I proved that on lap number 3. Can maybe carry a little bit more apex speed over here in turn number 3, or do whatever they so-called need to. And I think that 21 can go back and review the data after this session, as can everybody else with all of these cars, make some improvements, and come back out here for the race.
Speaking of improvements, that was Marcus Rogan in the 666 down to a 2-flat-7, and that will put him in 17th at the end of this session.
I was just going to put that's a good lap from Brett Caviglio in the GT3 class. To do a 52.7 is a nice lap.
Yeah, Brett is a former champion about 9 years ago in the GT4 class here in POC. 2016 came home first on that one. That will wrap up our qualifying. Real quick, let's go down through our finishing order on the times. Monsalve, still your pole sitter overall. You've got Bob Mueller in second, Brian Van Noy P3, and Dwayne Selby fourth. Eric Aubert is good enough for fifth today as Brett Caviglio. Fastest of this second group was sixth overall. Tom Mueller was behind him in seventh. You've got Ryder Liu in eighth, and Apprentice in the ninth spot. Top 10 going to be rounded out by Garrett Wesseling. From there, 11th is Brad Keegan. You've got Evan Gold in 12th, Daryl Troster P13, Jim Salzer in 14th, and Thomas Stone in 15th. Now the GT2 class, once again, Roland Schmidt is P16. You've got Frank Powell in the GT3s in 17th. Marcus Rogan in P18, Paul Barnes 19th, and Nick Janishek in 20th. Andy Sloan 21st, and 22nd goes to Mick Janishek. I think that is an error there, as he's on there twice. So we'll say 21 cars on this one. We've got more action coming up later today. The first of our Orange Cup races will kick off at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. Make sure and tune in for that. it's now time, of course, to go racing. And first up is going to be the Orange Cup, race number 1. We'll be starting at 1:15 p.m. Pacific time, so we still got a little bit of time before we get to the racing itself, but already the drivers are bringing their machines down to line up on the pre-grid, getting ready to go. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt as well, here joining us this weekend. And Joey, what's it feel like coming up to the race itself after you've done the qualifying? Is it a sense of calm? What's kind of going through your head?
I feel like everybody approaches it just a touch different. My happy place was always the race car, so I felt calm inside the race car, especially on pre-grid. Kind of the heart rate goes down a little bit, get to relax as you're the only one inside that race car. You can always turn that radio knob down just a touch if you got people talking to you in your ears. Now, some people might get the butterflies a little bit. You might get anxious, especially call it if you're newer to the racing out there. You might get a little bit anxious as you prepare to go out there for these pace laps. But I feel like most of these drivers, once they actually get rolling out there onto the racetrack, most of those butterflies kind of go away.
I want to give a big thank you to everybody that is once again tuning into our coverage this weekend here on DriversEye Live. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, as well as give us a like. And if you feel so inclined, share it with a friend and let them join in on the fun out here on the track. Let's talk about that circuit, though. Joe W., we've been mentioning it just in case any of our viewers are tuning in for the first time. Tell us a little bit about Buttonwillow's outer course that we're running.
Well, I think of it as a fairly technical flowing circuit. I mean, a lot of corners. We're running basically the longest configuration that's available. So you kind of have every kind of corner imaginable. You have low speed corners like Cotton Corners, have really high speed corners like Riverside, elevation changes, things like Phil Hill going over the hill, and then like a really slow corner at Star Mazda, and then that sequence of S's. So it has, if you like some kind of corner, you probably have at least one that you'll like on this circuit, because it offers just about everything. And the back section from Cotton Corners through Phil Hill is probably the most flowing section of any track, certainly in the Southwest, and maybe in the Western U.S.
Certainly looks like it, and enjoying the action we've been seeing out there. But that's all been qualifying. That's cars amongst themselves. So it's a different beast to have to go wheel to wheel with your rivals out there, and hope you've got some experience at a track like this with some rather high commitment corners. And it looks like, Joey, some of it can get a bit narrow too.
Some of it can, definitely, especially through the S's later on, and call it sector number 3 of this track map out here. But there are some other areas that call it more single file, like through the bus stop. That's a higher speed section where the drivers are really having to maximize the width of the racetrack. You see a lot of them bouncing up and over those apex curbs, and then also into Phil Hill over there, turn number 9. The fast left-hander, it doesn't actually have a turn number, but if you're going too wide through there, you're definitely kind of costing both of yourselves time as you go through, so you got to keep an eye on that rear view mirror. But we're going to see how this racetrack is going to actually race. We got to see the cars out there in qualifying and go out there and turn that maximum performance, but it'll be very interesting to see how they go out there and race here this afternoon.
We're just about a minute away from them sending those cars out, so it's not too long. There you see Rob Walker in the 253 up towards the sharp end of the field as we walk our way down amongst all the various Boxster Class Orange cars. Going to be the sort of slower of the 2 cups that we run in this series. Last minute refueling for Rob, it looks like.
Yeah, that's kind of a nervous moment. Maybe the crew is saying, oh, you know what? We were supposed to put in 6.5, and I only got 5.5 in there. So definitely making a last minute fuel addition out there on pre-grid.
And some of the drivers also use the fuel as an adjustment to make minimum weight, and so they may have thought, oh, I need to put in this many gallons to make weight, and didn't actually communicate or something on that.
Right now, he's saying, "Why isn't this dang hose any bigger? It needs to go faster."
Yes, as you probably are well aware, fueling from a 5-gallon jug is not a quick process.
Looks like he's wrapped it up, though, and just before they're getting ready to send them out, and that was going to be one of my questions, is what happens if he misses the wave to send that car out?
Better put on roller skates.
Yeah. Boy, that would be a sight to see. It's the race car equivalent of the in-air refueling for your planes, Joey.
Exactly. No, but it looks like everything is all set, so we've officially got our starting grid as the cars roll out onto the racetrack.
Indeed. It is Nick Malloy who is going to be starting on the pole position. Rob Walker will be to his outside, both in that BSR class. And down in row number 2, Nigel Maidment will start from 3rd as Murray Wonderly is good enough for 4th after a bit of a hiccup early in his qualifying. Branimir Kovac starts in P5. Bob Chang will be in the 6th position. After that, it's David Gold in 7th, Dustin Durant in 8th position. Down there on row 4, row 5 sees Diane Cafferata starting from 9th, and Alicia Ray will round out your top 10. Again, both of those BSR class cars. Kunal Hinduja will start from 11th. You get to the GT7 class for 12th with Mike Porteous starting on the outside of that 6th row. Randy Bersham will then be starting from 13th, followed by Ted Freck to his outside in the 14th position. Bill Durant starts in 15th. Carl Vandershoot then will be next to him in the 16th position. And then on to row 9, you've got James Scarcello in P17 and Vivek Hazari starting in the 18th spot. 18 cars going to take to the track here, and it's going to be an 11-lap or a 25-minute race. Considering it is almost 2.5 minutes to circulate around here, 11 laps will still take a decent amount of time.
Yeah, and I gotta, Joe W., what did these cars qualify on pole here? Wasn't it low 2 minutes here with these Boxsters?
Yes, they did a 2:03.6
Okay.
or something like that. It's, the race pace, of course, will not be quite that, but that's about what they'll, so slightly over minutes per lap.
Yeah, and that comes out to be, about 23 minutes or so if we're doing about a 2-minute 5 race pace. So it'll be interesting, 11 laps or 25 minutes. I think we'll reach 11 laps first.
Yeah,
typically we would. That's the way we kind of plan it, and then the 25 minutes is if there's a yellow or something, then we have to make a decision about whether we'll go by time or we'll let them complete the laps.
I think that's a good call on that one. And like I was saying, crossing fingers that we don't see any full course cautions out there. Everybody's able to keep their cars moving, and we don't have to recover a stranded vehicle. Already they're lined up side by side as we watched with the onboard with our front row on the outside coming up to Sunset Bend as the drivers get ready to take the green flag. Walker's going to do his best to keep our pole sitter honest. They're waiting for a bit of time here before they unleash them. Not going to give them a big run down to the main straight. And there is the green flag. Now they are allowed to go as they fan out up towards Sunrise. Nick Malloy over Rob Walker trying to hold on to that lead down into the first corner. Now they come up towards the off-ramp. And let's see who holds the lead once they enter the picture here.
Remember, Rob Walker is in that white car, so it looks like Nick Malloy does hang on to the lead. About single file for the first top 5, maybe 7 cars. Then you see a little bit of door-to-door action a little bit further back. This is still in that right-hander, that off-ramp turn number 2. And now we come up to this elevation of turn number 3, Cotton Corner, as we get the split start with the other class.
Green flag is out. So the 4 cars fly towards turn 1 once again. But we'll switch back to our faster class. Nick Malloy still leading on Rob Walker. And then Maidment following in behind. Looks like Wonderly still remains in the 4th position while Kovac gives watch. A little bit of a split there behind them, though, and it's the second pack forming.
That was the first time going through the bus stop section. You saw a couple alternate lines depending on where the drivers had their car placed, maybe some cold tires still out there. But one thing is for sure, Nick Malloy in this gray number 149 is leaning on it up over Phil Hill here. Now we go down the short chute straightaway towards the Star Mazda, turn side by side with some more dirt a little bit further in the back of the pack.
Ooh, somebody was kicking up a lot of it over there. Hopefully they didn't lose speed. This is not a section of track where you want to be slow, and it looks like Rob Walker is going to go for the lead. He was hanging close behind the 149 for much of this lap. He is wasting absolutely no time, Joey.
No, he made a good outbraking maneuver down into that turn number 10 on the, call it sector number 3 of this first lap, and he overtook for the lead. Now they're going to be approaching turn number 12, which is the final corner here. Remember, Rob Walker started second, made the pass early on. Now he leads the race.
Those two, in spite the battle, have given themselves a little bit of a gap over Maid Ment. Looks like just a few seconds behind, about 3 seconds off of the leader after that one lap by. Look at the huge gap, though, behind the top 5 cars. That is Caparata sitting in 6th, leading quite the pack.
This is an angry little hornet's nest that's going to be approaching what is turn number 2 here. This is watching the back end of the front pack here. That was Murray Wonderly, followed by Kovac there. They're accelerating down towards what is Club Corner. And the rest of the pack here is now accelerating up through off-ramp and down through turn number 3.
Good, clean
There's a dust
start.
devil out there.
There is, yeah. It's been popping up every once in a while.
It's not unusual at Buttonwillow.
Look at
like
this
if it's,
pack in here, Joe Peak.
Oof,
This
yeah.
is what, 7, 8 cars all crammed into the space of about 2 corners.
I think that is Caparata and Gold, I believe, having a little bit of a battle. Someone kicking up a little bit of dirt coming off of Grapevine, but they'll carry the fight on down through the bus stop. This is what you were talking about. It looks like it is tough to hang side by side.
Certainly, and Caparata was a little bit, call it shallow on the entries there, so David Gold is going to be looking to try to take advantage, maybe carry a little bit more speed through some of these faster corners where if Diane's kind of shallow on the entry, maybe you can capitalize on rolling the speed through the middle and then essentially slingshotting around whichever way Diane is not on the racetrack. But she's doing a terrific job right now, kind of in a defensive posture, but keeping everybody behind her.
Yeah, I think she picked up a couple spots at the start, and so she had a little bit slower qualifying time, so their pace is probably a little better, so they're staying all over.
She's running in the silver 1660 car. Ooh, back up to the top spot. Look at Nick Malloy. He may have gotten overtaken, but he is sticking close, and he now takes the fastest lap of the race that time by. He's not taking this lion down. Maidment in a little bit of a battle with Wonderly to try to decide the last step on the podium. There goes Kovac as well in the number 318. But man, massive gap down to Caparata. And that's, of course, overall position, but top 5 are all in the same BSR class.
But there's a problem with Nick Malloy. Looks terminal. He does not have drive in the car right now. He is pulling off the driver's left side of the racetrack on the exit of turn number 2. Heartbreak for the gray number 149.
So awful to see this early in the race. Really didn't get to prove himself, especially when it looked like the car did have speed to try and fight back. As we come back to Caparata. And looks like she's actually behind. Just trying to make out who that is in front of her there. I'm not sure if that's Gold.
I believe it is David Gold because, he was behind her on the previous lap. And Joe W., I think you got a better eye for the cars than I do.
Yes, that's David Gold got by Diane Caparata, and now Bob Chang is right behind her.
There we go. So, yeah, that's Chang in the yellow 727 car. Alicia Ray in the sort of Robin's Egg blue 834, then sitting behind. But they're starting to separate out a little bit more than what we saw on those first 2 laps. So everybody able to focus a little bit better on their own race now at this stage.
And I just have a giant question mark on what happened to that car of Nick Malloy this lap. Obviously, we saw him pull off on driver's left in what seems to be a relatively safe area, non-impact zone. But there's a lot going on going into turn number 2. There's downshifts going on. So I wonder if it was maybe something with the transmission, could be something with the shift linkage. It could be a variety of different problems, but it just didn't seem like the car had any drive once it kind of got off of the apex.
And for Walker, this is a dream come true. The gap between himself and Maidment is already nearly 10 seconds, and we still have 8 laps to go, I should say. And there is a yellow flag out, it looks like, for that stopped car, but it's not double waved yellows, so they're going to allow them to race on.
Yeah, and there's the car stranded out there as we see our leader drive by, and then here comes the rest of the field here. I don't think that it's in an impact zone, right? It's not a heavy right-hander going out onto the short chute from 2 to 3 here, so I think that Nick Malloy did a terrific job to not affect anybody else's race. It's just going to be frustrating sitting in that side watching everybody else have fun on the playground.
Yeah, especially since it's just about the entire race, unfortunately, that he's going to be stuck in there. This is back to Wonderly and Maidment. Now it's no longer just for third. This is for P2 between the pair of them. Maidment is in the sort of darker red, kind of wine red car, and then Wonderly in the orange with tiger stripes just behind him. Wonderly, as I mentioned, had a little bit of an off during the qualifying, but has recovered extremely well, not just with a great qualifying time, but what looks like pretty decent pace.
Yeah, right on the bumper there of Maidment, and you see both of them nice through the apex, kind of bouncing over those apex bumps there, and then up over turn number 9. And you had mentioned the gap that Rob Walker had on the pair, but they have kind of escaped themselves from Branimir Kovac back there in 4th in that number 318 car. So actually all kind of top 5 right now, spreading apart, except for this battle that is right next to each other, bumper to bumper, coming out of that Star Mazda turn.
One thing I do love about Maidment is he didn't start racing until 54 years of age. And that was back in 2013. And he's still out here racing, and not just racing, competitive, up at the front.
Good pack of race cars a little bit further back. That was turn number 9 as we draw our attention right back to this Maidment and Wonderly battle. Now, looks like we also have maybe an emergency vehicle going out on the racetrack. So you see the yellow flag plus what kind of looks like a medevac flag out there. I'm curious if we've got anybody, if we're kind of bringing back Nick Malloy from inside the car or what.
They may very well be going to try and retrieve Nick's car, and the white flag there with the cross is just indicating there's a slow-moving vehicle potentially on track. In this case, it's likely off track. There you can see the emergency vehicle.
Yeah, typically the white flag is the slow-moving vehicle, so typically that's kind of what we see, and kind of answered my own question here when I started talking, but I was wondering if they were going to be doing hot pulls here, as it looks like a big dust cloud there in turn number 12, something we've seen already earlier today.
Exactly, and in the same corner we've seen it often out of Sunset Bend, drivers continuing to really kick it up. Interestingly, that wind is kind of carrying it to the exit of the bus stop, but I think it should dissipate, that it shouldn't be that huge of a problem. And they've already got that car gone, so that was extremely quick. Now, might be a little bit farther down the track, but they pulled it out of the way pretty efficiently.
Which tells me that it's probably not a transmission or drive-related issue. Actually, here we go. Here it is on the strap going through what is turn number 3. There's a little bit of an odd moment for everybody else out on the racetrack, and what I do like to see is people being respectful. Remember, when you're in one of those safety vehicles, yeah, you're a lot bigger than everybody else out on the racetrack, but you're still out there doing a job, so you just have to give room patiently and let everybody kind of keep the safety up out there.
Yep, very good to see everybody very heads up in that situation and making sure not to try and battle, just kind of have that momentary truce. Oh, as we get a little bit of side-by-side. And Cafferata almost got by Gold there for that 6th place. She's going to try and cut back underneath up over Phil Hill, but no dice yet. She is very full of fervor here today, trying to get ahead of that 591.
And I'm curious to know what the lap times are going to be. Now, this lap is probably going to be skewed as well as what the kind of prior lap was as well. Remember, we've got that safety vehicle out there on the racetrack, so everybody's going to be slowing up for that. But once we do get kind of back to race pace, I'm curious what that Cafferata car is going to be doing out there, as well as Bob Chang, David Gold, who she's trying to repass after kind of got past a few laps ago. A good little scrap.
Yeah, right now I'm showing her quickest time at about a 2:17.7, which isn't as quick as David Gold's fastest time. But like you said, that might be a little bit compromised since we have had those yellow flags out there. They crossed the line, and Chang getting very close to the back of Cafferata as we get another car just dipping the tires into the dirt out of the final turn in the background.
I think I saw that Alicia Ray is also kind of part of that group as well, maybe even the caboose on the train here. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4 cars going up over turn number 2. And Joe W., that turquoise car out there, is that the 834?
Yeah, that is Alicia Ray. Yes, so it's Diane Caparata, then Bob Chang, and then Alicia Ray.
It's almost
And
like
David
the
Gold.
Skittles out there right now.
A little bit, yes.
And Alicia's even an instructor in these cars. She knows what she's doing, perhaps just biding her time a little bit as she watches this battle start to brew in front of her. It does look like Chang is getting dangerously close to the back of Diane recently. If he finds her making any little hiccup, no doubt he's going to be pouncing.
And then the GT5 are just starting to get close to catching the back of the Boxster field there. That's Carl Vandershoot will be catching Alicia fairly quickly here. You'll see him coming into frame. Here he is.
Yeah, he's being chased by Bill Durant, but it looks like he's got a pretty handy gap at this stage. Then you get to Greg Scarcello and his BSR. And next GT5 is a long ways back with James Scarcello, currently running in 16th position. So yeah, it's just those top two kind of in the GT5s as things getting a little bit close, and Ray maybe kind of guarding the inside, not wanting to lose too much time as faster class tries to sneak by.
Well, that's the big variable that's going to be happening here in this, call it next half lap, probably the course of the next few laps with the rest of the GT5 cars coming through, is how close can they keep that fight, or is maybe a pass going to happen going into turn number 12? Maybe do they get separated going into turn number 2 this next lap? But right now, Alicia Ray doing a great job to keep in touch. She's going to get past here on the front straightaway, but what she's hoping to do is keep that other BSR class car right in her windshield.
But did you see Chang? He not only got by Cafferata, but it looks like he just overtook Gold right at the line as I'm seeing him scored ahead of that yellow 591. So Bob is on a run here at the halfway point of the race. Now he is the leader of this train.
Great catch on that one. Yeah, that is the yellow 727 of Bob Chang, and look at how busy it's getting behind. We've got those GT5 cars, that number 960 of Carl Vandershoot. He's trying to lead the way of going through these BSR, these Boxster cars out here, but you're right. Bob Chang taking advantage.
And he's actually running away quite a bit. It looks like Gold is losing big ground on him, and it's not because he's being overtaken by some of the faster cars yet. So that is all down to pace. It almost looks like Bob decided, I've hung around here long enough, freed himself, and now he is off like a rocket here, Joe W.
Well, and it's often the case that as now they're about half distance, that the tires start to heat up. You may have been overusing the fronts or rears, and maybe David's not finding the handling of his car quite as to his liking at this point, and maybe Bob's car is coming to him a little bit.
Does look like it's in a real sweet spot at this stage. And they'll continue to let those two cars in the other class get by them, but it's proving to be a little bit difficult. And this has actually helped out Durant significantly. You could see that 526 getting very close to the back of Vandershoot. And if he finds him in the right bit of traffic, he could try and capitalize on it. It's coming down into Star Mazda turn. It was hard to tell if there was an overtake happening as they had a huge mix-up of other class cars in with them.
I think that they both got by Diane there going into the Star Mazda turn. Yep, that's certainly exactly what happened. So now Alicia is right on the back of that silver car, that number 1660. So here comes Bob Chang. David Gold is going to be next through turn number 12. And then we've got our GT5 cars, and they are bumper to bumper. That was a little bit wide there through turn number 12 for that silver Boxster. Alicia is going to be trying to get a run down the front straightaway.
And there's
a car big off in the back there.
Massive off somewhere around there. There we can see the results of it. That is in Phil Hill. The entry to Phil Hill, it looks like. Not a spot that I expected to see a car off. They must have got loose through Riverside or something. I was about to say, Durant did manage to pass Vandershoot. He is now our new GT5 leader.
Nicely done there, making it work through the traffic. I like to call that racecraft, where it's not necessarily down to the ultimate lap time, but how well can the driver read everything out the windshield, make those racing moves, and be able to get those passes done as we see more cars off. That was at the exit of turn number 3. This one's going to be a struggle to get it back out onto the racetrack. That looks like one of our GT5 cars.
I think that may have been Vandershoot off, Joe. You'll have to confirm for us.
Yeah, it sure looked like Carl Vandershoot off there.
Oh, goodness. The one consoling factor is that he has a huge gap down to Scarcello, who sits third in those GT5s. So unless it takes a long time getting back on the circuit, he should hold on to that second place. But already the lead is gone, and now he has more woes.
And I think what I'd be more worried about is just kind of the case of the tires out there and how well they're going to be able to maintain going through all of that dirt and debris. Now, Joe W. did say it's more sand now that we've got on the outside of the track here at Buttonwillow, but do these drivers have to worry about any of those rocks out there and punctures?
Well, I would say more of a problem just with grip. Generally, it doesn't tend to throw any significant rock to the track. It's just dirt. The dirt's quite slippery, and so it can cause problems for the following drivers. If it's bad enough, typically you'll see one of the corner workers put out a surface condition flag. But if it's less than that, you won't see it. You can get a little bit surprised as a driver sometimes when that happens.
Durant's moved himself up to 6th overall. Next car in front of him looks like he's got, if I'm seeing that right, that's 22 seconds to the next car. So I'm not sure if he'll catch the next in line, even though they are in a different class. Also worth noting, I just realized that Nick Malloy actually still holds the fastest lap, even though he is DNF'd. So he did that on, I believe, lap 2. That 206.4. Rob Walker hasn't even gone quick enough to take it back.
And I think I see that Alicia Gray has gotten by Diane Cafferata out there in the combination of the turn 1 and 2 complex. So move that turquoise number 834 up one more position. There she is, right in shot.
Yeah, that should give her 9th place. David Gold is still maybe within range, but the laps are starting to run out. There you can see him in the sort of Brumos liveried car just in front as the rest follow up in line. But with her freed up, we already saw what happened with Bob Chang once he got that clean air. It was hard to catch him. Still, some of our GT5 cars having to deal with the Boxster spec class here. Just kind of running their own race, and they're allowed to. It's just the nature of this multi-class sports car racing.
Just to keep kind of everybody posted up here, Rob Walker is still leading out front, 21 seconds ahead of Nigel Maidment, who's still in a battle with Murray Wonderly back there. Kind of interrupted you, Joe W. Go ahead.
Well, you just said what I was going to say, which is Rob's still cruising away up front. Pretty good fight for second and third. It's Murray's right there. If Edge was to make any kind of an error, he'd buy, but it doesn't look like he's necessarily, he's not right on his bumper. He's not really pressuring, but it's probably the best fight out now.
Wonderly here is doing everything he can to hold on to him, but it's always one thing to catch. It's another to pass. It's proving to be a little bit difficult in today's race. We're down to the final 2 circuits around here as we watch them fly through into Phil Hill. And in fact, he's a lot closer, I think, than what we saw earlier in the lap. Definitely a strong portion here, these quicker curves for the Tiger car.
I feel like they've really been inseparable this entire time. Maybe lap 1, they were a little bit separated as everybody kind of started to feel out their rhythm. But ever since then, it really has been Wonderly attached to the rear bumper of Maidment. And Nigel's done a terrific job to limit the mistakes. Here's our leader on the front straightaway getting the white flag. That does signal 1 lap to go for Rob Walker out front.
It was 21 seconds last time by. We have to wait to get the update here until Nigel comes through, which is going to be happening just about now. He tries his best to maximize Sunset Bend. They get the white flag as well. He tries to keep himself as far away from Murray as possible. It's down to 20.2, so they actually gained a little bit on Rob Walker, but knowing Rob, he's probably just bringing this one home.
And here is the thick of that GT5 field, still making its way through some of these Boxster cars out here. There was Alicia Ray as well as Diane Cafferata. Remember, we've been giving them lots of coverage here on this race. They have been in a scrap. Doesn't matter if it was with Bob Chang a little bit earlier. There's been a lot of drivers that have done some terrific racing out here trying to close it out for the first race of the weekend.
And I thought maybe we'd see Ray start to reel in Bob Chang, but man, he has just absolutely left this group behind, and they are nowhere near at this stage. I think it's about 7.5 seconds between them. Should be getting Rob Walker very close to the finish here shortly, as the 253 had taken that white flag a bit ago. And currently we're looking at the S's with... I think we're following Alicia Ray at the moment. So we're looking for that checkered flag to be coming up soon. As out of the final corner, this is Bob Chang. And, okay, so he's just coming to the white flag. I didn't realize they were that far behind.
Well, yeah, Rob Walker's got 20 seconds on Nigel Maidment, and then there's about another 30-second gap between Wonderly and Kovac, and then another big gap between everybody out here. And so, yeah, Rob Walker is going to be coming through this last set of corners. I'd probably say here in probably about 15, 20 seconds or so.
Should be pretty shortly up and across the line. And there he is right there. There's our leader. Race 1 is going to go to Rob Walker as he takes the checkered flag in Orange Cup here at Buttonwillow. Now we wait for Nigel Maidment. Has he been able to hold Wonderly behind him? It looks like he has, but it is only just. The 705 will take P2. Wonderly will be third, but he chased him the whole way.
Murray Wonderly had the tail hung out through turn number 12 there, giving it everything that he possibly could to close out this first race of the weekend. Got everybody else here still out there on track, coming up to the checkered flag. And includes Bob Chang, Alicia Ray, Greg Scarcello, Jane Scarcello as well. And that GT5 car is now one of these cars making its way up through this pack.
Curious how many of the drivers did finish on the lead lap, or if Walker had managed to lap anybody. Ooh, this is still a relatively close fight here. Ray versus, I think that's Greg Scarcello. So that is within her class. Getting very, very close. He's gained a lot of ground.
Well, and I also see a waving yellow flag there at turn number 9 corner station. So that usually tells me that there's a car off just over the crest. I don't see anything quite there, but definitely a little bit intriguing. Piques my interest.
I'm curious if it forced anybody to get out of a pass that they were trying as well in that one. But drivers continuing to wrap up the race. Kovac with a 4th place. Adam Abrams with 5th as well. Bill Durant gets a 6th place. But here Bob Chang is looking to try and keep ahead of Ray. Boy, she has caught up quickly. I wondered if she would catch him. She said, yes, I can, but I can't quite pass him. Bob will get 7th. Ray gets 8th. Scarcello, just behind in a different class, will finish in 9th. Durant, by the way, our winner in that GT5 class. Greg Scarcello then in 10th place with Mike Porteous in 11th. Your winner in the GT7s. David Gold unfortunately dropped well far back. He is going to have to accept a 12th position, as that was Vivek Hazari, who finished in 13th just now in the Spec 2.7. Kunal Hinduja was 14th. Dustin Durant was 15th. And I think we're waiting on just the last couple cars, but last time across the line, it was Ted Freck. Diane Caparata, who seems to have slipped back. I wonder if she was the cause of that yellow flag at the very end. And Carl Vandershoot also lost a lot of time with his problem, finishing 18th. Randy Bergam, 19th, and Nick Malloy, our only DNF, while still holding onto the fastest lap of the race. So there's your unofficial results. We'll be back after this. The impound is coming up next here in the Orange Cup.
Cars now. It smokes. It's only 6 cars. And Rob must have been way. Oh, yeah.
At Porsche, but a very clean 253. Rob Walker, our winner.
I think that Rob has a lot to celebrate right now. Remember, he started this race in second position on the outside of the front row. Made an aggressive overtaking maneuver on the end of lap number 1, going down into turn number 10. Then all of a sudden had to deal with somebody right on the back bumper. That was Nick Malloy, and unfortunately Nick Malloy had a mechanical problem out there, which released Rob Walker to go out there, do his thing, and win by some huge margin.
I think it was 20 seconds at 1 lap to go. Let me see if I've got that time here at the end. Yeah, the gap was saying 0.2 of a second. I'm pretty sure that is not correct, so we'll disregard that and get that info a little bit later. But man, mid-pack fighting as well. These cars that we see with Ray and Chang, you consider Cafarata in there as well, also often in fights. It seems like if you're in the mid-pack in this group, you're going to get nonstop excitement.
I think that this is part of what makes it all fun, too, is that I was going to make the comment of the battle between Nigel and Wonderly going on all race long.
Sounds like we're going to listen in to some of the drivers here.
Yeah, tired crew. Put my son to work, which is always good. Not enough of that. And fun race. Started DFL and ended up here, so not bad.
What place?
Huh?
What place?
Fifth from back.
From DFL.
Yeah, good stuff.
Adam. Let's put him on scales.
Put me on
him or the car and the...
I qualified 2650, just me.
Oh, well, shit, if you do that, I don't want to know what I do.
Good times.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Good run, dude.
Yeah, what happened then to turn 1? Because you dragged it. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, it was great though. It was a couple of times when you lost it down into here, but then he got caught in traffic, and it's always off-ramp. It's always off-ramp where you catch him back up again, and then get him coming back out, and you just got to put pressure on him to get him into traffic.
Man, he's fast. That thing just screams. That's wild.
That was awesome. We'll take
really
that.
fun.
We'll take
Fun
that.
stuff.
Please.
Great job.
Hey, Miss Top 10.
Did I get a top 10? Oh my god, first time ever. Wow. Oh god, I look terrible. Yes!
Congratulations.
Thank you, Steve. It was awesome. It was a really good fundraise. You should do it.
That was awesome. That was perfect timing.
This guy? We don't know him.
That was perfect timing. Stay on track, buddy.
You know, I went off twice. I know. Yeah, that was no good going off. That was no good. No good at all. How'd you guys? Didn't go off at all. I
Slightly went.
even going off, I did catch him twice.
Yes, you did.
What's like?
Like all four wheels.
Oh,
Okay.
slightly.
That'll work. Yeah, so here's our car. One, and then a red one, and a gray one behind me.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
Good job, guys. Good race, you guys.
It was
Thank
really
you.
great.
Thank you
Well
very
done.
much.
Well done.
Yes.
Thanks.
16-6. I just, you guys, she pushed me off the track, and if I hadn't gone off the track,
Don't worry about it.
what train do you guys make contact? I'll either be, around or up there, stairs or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Are you good?
Right now. Yeah.
Well,
You look rattled. Like
No, it was my first race.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's like not going to have contact, so that's what he's worried about.
Yes. Yeah, I understand.
Don't worry about it.
Are we saying first race there was a little bit of a medal?
It was a little bit.
You got a medal?
Tapped it a little bit. I rarely like to make any judgments.
It's
I know
an
you're not supposed to do that.
unforgettable start.
You're not supposed to do that.
First of many times to do it.
Oh, great. Thank you.
And that's it from the grid. We're going to do a podium in a minute.
So, some thoughts from the drivers here at the end of our race, but the weekend is far from over. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in for Orange Cup Race 1. Orange Cup Race 2 will be back at 3 p.m. Pacific time, so in just about a couple hours. We'll be back in just a bit. Again, thank you for joining us on Driver's Eye Live. Don't go away.
Westwood Racing Supplies is SoCal's home base for serious driver safety and performance. Owned by 4-decade POC member Eric Olbers, we've got everything you need. Fire suits, helmets, Huns devices, data systems, transponders, and more. All from the brands racers trust: Alpine Stars, Bell, Simpson, Stam 21, Stilo, Zamp, and Rue. Sparco, MyLaps, and beyond. Need expert advice? Swing by our brand new West LA shop for hands-on support and everyday low prices. Or hit up westwoodracingsupplies.com and shop from anywhere. Orders over $100 ship free, fast, and with the same pro-level service you'd get in store. Westwood Racing Supplies. Gear up, drive safe, and race hard.
With one race out of the way, we line up for number 2 here in the Orange Cup. Here live on DriversEye Live, it's going to be the Porsche Owners Club returning for our second race of the day. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury, along with Joe Wiederholt. And we got some interesting surprises in that first race. Both class leaders wound up off the track, one even out of the race at the very beginning. So will we get any more shocks this time, Joey, or did we get them all out of the way?
I don't think you can count anything out when it comes to race cars going out there on a racetrack. It's always a toss-up to see exactly what's going to happen. We do see Rob Walker there lined up in that pole position. Car is going to be rolling off first. I guess my one big question mark that I still have from race number 1 is the Nick Malloy car. Is he going to be able to make this race number 2? What happened to the car? That's the question that I've got.
I was kind of thinking the same thing. We haven't been given visual of that yet, and we haven't been able to go and talk to the driver at all, so we're unsure at this stage. It'll be confirmation when they cross the line, which should be soon, as they are taking off, and they're sending them out off of the pre-grid. So we'll go through that starting order shortly and give you our starting grid for race number 2. And they are showing Nick Malloy as being scheduled for the pole, but he's not out there. So I think that pretty much answers our question. Rob Walker inherits it.
He was, as you mentioned, he had the fastest lap in the race. A grid is established based on the fast lap from race 1. So he has the pole, but he's unable to start. He had an off race, and I think that's what led to the mechanical. Kind of tore up some of the front of it.
That is disappointing. We'll go through these as they are listed, despite them being bumped up. Murray Wonderly will start in 3rd with Nigel Maidment, who finished ahead of him, starting behind him. That'll be fun to watch those two, as they were close on pace. Branimir Kovac will be starting from 5th, as Adam Abrams will be in P6 today. Then on to row 4. Greg Scarcello will start from 7th. Alicia Ray, who had a very good first race, will start from P8. After that, we get back to row 5, where Bob Chang, even though he had very good pace, apparently it did not show up on his fastest lap. He's only starting 9th. Diane Cafferata, is going to be starting in 10th next to Bob. We get back to row 6. It is David Gold starting from 11th. Dustin Durant will be starting in P12. Then on to row 7, Kunal Hinduja will be starting in 13th. Mike Porteous in the 14th position. Coming towards the lower half of the field here, Ted Freck will start 15th, and Randy Bergam in the 16th position. Then on into 17th, Bill Durant will start there. You've got Carl Vandershoot starting from 18th with his unfortunate off, costing him a potential win in the last race. And then the last couple are going to be James Scarcello starting from 19th and Vivek Hazari starting from 20th here today. Mike Quigley is scheduled to line up in 21st. He did not start the first race, so we'll keep an eye out if he's going to be able to get this one. Don't know if you have any information on Quigley there, Joe?
I not. I can tell you that there'll be 3 folks that weren't on the grid list. They'll be running in this race that they couldn't run in the first race. Say we have penalties as a result of prior events, and so they were sitting out the first event. So you'll see 3 cars starting at the Boxer field. That I imagine will make their way through some of it. So they're we will see them, and once you start seeing in scoring, you'll start seeing their laps. So there are 3 cars that you didn't see on the grid list because they couldn't participate in qualifying or the first race, but they're back in action, and so you'll have 3 more cars that weren't on your list.
Well, they're lined up and ready to go. 2 beautiful columns heading to the flag stand as the green flag is out. Look at him fan out, as it looked like Maidment almost got himself a good enough jump to try and challenge for the lead. He immediately tried to pop out, see if he could find a position. They head through Sunrise and then up towards the off-ramp. Here at turns 2 and 3. Who is going to show themselves at the front? Looks like Walker will hold on, but look at Maidment. He is immediately up to P2.
Yeah, and it's still side by side there through that turn number 2 off ramp exactly there. And I think that was about a battle for what is 4th place. Look at that, almost 3 wide between the short chute between 2 and 3, a little bit further back.
this is pretty similar to what we saw last race. The mid-pack is frantic in these cars. Remember that we do have multiple classes out there. At the front is the Boxster Spec class that we are watching currently, while we do have the GT7s and GT5s towards the back of the field. Through the bus stop for the first time. Looks like we got a little bit of a breakaway. I think that's just ahead of Alicia Ray.
Yeah, that turquoise car is Alicia Ray in that 834 car, so maybe just call it about 15, 20 car lengths between her and Greg Scarcello out there. That's Bob Chang directly behind. Oh, there goes a car off to the driver's right just before turn number 9. Thankfully, that's not going to be going back out onto the racetrack, but problems on lap number 1.
He's got it turned around. He'll return to the circuit. But he is much farther down. A lot of critical track position lost with that big off there. And I think, was that Abrams, Joe?
Sorry, I was looking at something else there for just a second. So my apologies.
It's okay. We'll check in on it in a bit. We'll get the confirmation once they cross the start-finish line once again, because I wasn't quite sure if that was Kovac or Abrams that we saw have that big off towards the front of the field. Lots of positions given away right at the very beginning. Walker, though, still our leader. Doesn't have to make the overtake this time to try and take the lead away. There he is crossing the line now with a 2:09.9. Wonderly is he ahead of Maidment? Yes, he got by in that lap.
Yeah, he's in front of that number 705. And then look at the train of cars on the front straightaway here. Some very close racing, kind of reminiscent of what we saw in race number 1. That mid-pack fight is fierce. That's where some of the toughest racing actually happens on any given weekend out here. And there it is, led by Alicia Ray. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cars stacked up from what I count.
Trying to get it up to speed and doing a very good job playing defense. Scarcello and McDuff going to go side by side up into the cotton corners. You're going to have to get that sorted out pretty quickly. Those are pretty fast medium speed turns into here, and they do go single file. Watch out for Bob Chang at the back of that group. We saw as soon as he gets clear air, he tends to take off like a shot.
He was very fast once he got to the front of that mid-pack fight in race number 1. So, yeah, kind of the caboose on the train. He's that yellow car all the way at the end of this mid-pack fight. So, that is Alicia Ray, Greg Scarcello, Chris McDuff, Alan Watts, and Bob Chang in that group.
By the way, I can confirm it was Adam Abrams in the 704 that went off. He is cycled back in about 13th position. Got that close fight for P2 and P3. Kovac kind of on his lonesome. And then, my goodness, Alicia Ray continuing to do yeoman's work out here as she holds back a fleet of very hungry drivers.
Well, let's see about this run down into what is turn number 10, Star Mazda turn. She was very shallow going up and over Phil Hill, and typically that can compromise the run down this straightaway here. She's in the defensive position once again. I think that's Greg Scarcello trying to push his luck around the outside. It's a long right-hand corner. We'll see who comes out in front.
Waiting for visual up here into the S's. She held him off. She's still up in front of Scarcello. It was a valiant attempt, but she is a brick wall today, apparently. And coming past the start-finish line, we're side by side between Wonderly and Maidment. Just 0.07 of a second between them, but someone's going to have to win through turn 1 and on their way up into the off-ramp. And it looks like as we see Rob go by, it is going to be Maidment, who is back up into P2. A big dive from Murray, but unfortunate, was not successful.
Yeah, so now they're in the same position that they essentially finished the previous race in. Murray Wonderly in that second spot, Nigel Maidment there in third. And then here comes that pack of about 6 cars headed up by Alicia Ray. And I wonder if Kovac can get up there. His last lap time, a 2:11.7, so maybe just a little bit slower than what Murray and Nigel are doing just in front of him.
They stayed about this close for much of last race, so I wonder if we're in for round 2 on this titanic battle for what is essentially best of the rest, since Rob Walker seems to be appropriately walking away from the rest of the field, but we'll check back in with Alicia Ray once again. Still has not been bested, not by Scarcello now, but McDuff has rocked up into 6th place behind her.
I wonder if Chris basically took advantage of Greg kind of being stuck on the outside of that turn number 10 the previous time around and was able to get that 6th place overall over that 486. But Alicia still has a rear view mirror, not just a rear view mirror. I think it's a right side mirror, a left side mirror, a rear view mirror. Every mirror she's got in that thing is filled with a Porsche Boxster.
It really is. And seeing quite a few different lines between the cars coming up over Phil Hill there. Maybe try to set themselves up a bit on the way up towards the Star Mazda turn. This is just after it, as we checked in there briefly on our battle for P2. Another defensive line from Ray coming into the Star Mazda hairpin. Someone behind them as well, making a big move. That may have been Dustin Durant, I think.
And she's proving that the fastest way around turn number 10 is the shallow, the shortest distance around. It's one of our slower corners that we've got here at Buttonwillow. So if you take that defensive line going in, which is going to be 2 drivers right, although it looks like the door is open. I think Chris McDuff opened it in turn number 12. Alicia Ray is now on the back foot. It looks like the floodgates are starting to open.
Oh, everybody is very eagerly trying to capitalize on this opportunity. I don't blame them. They've all been so nose to tail for the first few laps.
It looks like we've got an incident in turn number 1 with the yellow flag coming out at start finish. I wouldn't doubt if that was that group.
It was. They were 3 wide going into turn 1, and not everyone negotiated the corner successfully. So looks like everybody has resumed. So we're back racing.
And Joe Peak, look who was prevailing through all of that. I think I see Bob Chang worked his way all the way up to the back bumper of Alicia Ray.
Clever guy, isn't he? He's managed to avoid all the chaos and come out with what looks to be a fair number of easy positions over all those competitors. Scarcello and I think potentially Watts, or no, it may have been McDuff there. Yeah, just behind. As that's Adam Abrams, actually, I think, in that green and white machine, who has caught up.
I believe you are right. That last lap time out of Abrams, a 2:16, and you combine that with all of the, call it, extracurricular activity that happened in turn number 1. That was essentially the battle in front of him. I'm not surprised he's right there in the thick of things now. There he is, pushing the issue once again.
So trying to make up for that lost time. We know that the pace is there based on his qualifying, just having to make a lot of overtakes now as he gets back by the cars that he lost out to on that lap 1 incident. Walker still our overall leader, by the way. Leader down in the GT5s, I believe, is Bill Durant for the time being. Porteous, the leader and only driver, I think, in the GT7 class right now. But there is Walker on our screen. In fact, nobody within the same camera shot as Rob.
I think I see, at least last time around, which was relatively recent, 12.7 seconds ahead of this Maidment versus Wonderly battle. This has been a terrific fight. It doesn't matter if it was race number 1 or race number 2. It certainly seems like Nigel has Murray's number, at least so far here on Saturday, but it has been a tough cookie to crack, and he's been out there taking chomps at it. I wonder if Wonderly maybe has another card up his sleeve later on in this race to try to grab second place.
Well, and with that first race, Joe W., it looks like Nigel kind of broke the tie. They each had a second place, both Nigel and Murray. But now it's 3-2 in Nigel's favor. This is probably Murray's best opportunity to try to fight back to keep from losing more points in the title.
Yeah, I mean, they have close often throughout the year, had some good racing, and I think you're just seeing it again today. Whenever you see a pass like Nigel got by Murray and then Murray got back by him and now Nigel's back by him, they clearly have similar pace, at least at this point in the race. So I expect that to stay a fight to the end, unless somebody's tires go off, have a mechanical or something like that. They are running the same pace.
Maidment hailing from the UK originally, over here in the States now, trying a bit of North American racing But we taking a look back at Ray and Chang. That's another good fight, as I believe that was David Gold's losing a position there in the 591 car as another driver sneaks through. A little bit of dust kicked up in the meantime. Ray just barely ahead of that 727 of Bob Chang. Can he manage to get by what seems to be a pretty tough nut to crack?
Well, and there in the rearview mirror of Bob Chang is Adam Abrams. He's one of the faster cars in this group right here. So he has officially caught the back end of that yellow number 727. So Alicia's been doing a terrific job kind of heading up her race out there, not letting anybody kind of force her off of the line or anything, do anything dangerous. However, Bob Chang is looking for a way by, and now Adam Abrams is stacked up as well. You know, he's going to be looking aggressive after that lap number 1 mistake.
And Joe W., is this pretty typical as we see? It looks like Abrams is going to get by Chang there. Is this pretty typical for Alicia? Is she known to be very difficult to try and get by?
I would say, unless you have a significant pace difference, yes. I mean, an example, you'll see how Chris McDuff pulls away now. He started at the back of the field. So, I mean, he had a notice pace difference. Still took him a while to get by. So unless you have, a noticeable pace difference, she knows how to defend. So we'll see what Adam can do when he gets there. I think that would be the other interesting thing I would be watching in the race now is Chris McDuff is running a little bit faster laps than Branimir Kovac, and I don't think he has enough to catch him, but it'd be interesting to see if he can close down that gap some.
Hey, Joe Peak, did you see that huge wiggle out of Adam Abrams there in turn number 2 this lap? He is pushing it.
I did. It looked like he came in a little bit hot there, and the curb did not help him. But, yeah, I'm glad you caught that, too. He's pushing as hard as he can, but he's got to be careful because once he gets close to that bright blue car, he's got to make sure that he doesn't make contact when he tries to make an overtake. The pace is there, just needs some patience maybe to find the right opportunity as he goes towards the outside up and over Phil Hill. A little bit longer distance that one, and it doesn't work.
No, but right on the back bumper of Ray in that turquoise car there. So let's see about the run down into turn number 10. She's really been kind of hanging out on driver's right side to defend this right-hander. Once again, that same exact line. So Adam Abrams is going to have to go really deep on the outside. A little bit of a brake lockup from one of those cars behind. We're going to see who exits in front going into the S's. Does Adam Abrams push the issue? Alicia Ray defends it once again.
I believe that is Mike Porteous. And again, he is not racing in the same class, so he needs to be careful here. I'm sure he wants to get by both of them. I've been kind of watching him creeping up on this group for quite some time. But he needs to be considerate here as he's not racing them for points. This is essentially more for pride between himself and these two.
I wonder if Adam Abrams is aware of that, if it is that GT7 car, like you said, of Mike Porteous, if he's just simply going to let him by, open the door, because if he can kind of follow this faster class car through, you never know. It could kind of put Alicia on the back foot in an area where she doesn't want to be passed at and open the door for Adam Abrams.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy. I mean, it's oftentimes you can use another car, a faster car, to disrupt the person in front of you and take advantage of it when you haven't been able to find your way another way.
Saw quite a defensive line there coming into Cotton Corners by Alicia Ray that time. So she's starting to feel it, and this will open up the door as Porteous, I think, has a chance to try and get by Abrams, but no, it's just not a braking zone that'll give him a chance down through the bus stop. He'll have to wait for later, maybe up to Star Mazda turn, and that's last time we saw Porteous try to go into that turn. He had locked him up pretty heavily.
All throughout this back side of the racetrack, it's such fast corners through 7, 8, and now this is approaching turn number 9. Uh-oh. Looks like Mike Porteous must have had an issue. He is not on the screen anymore. And remember, he was that red car directly behind Adam Abrams. So something has happened to that 918, and here he is coming back out onto the racetrack, albeit a bit dustier.
That tells you everything you need to know, I think. And, wow, yeah, a lot of ground given up right there. In fact, still dumping dust off the car as he carries on. Back up to the battle for P2. Maidment and Wonderly, as we heard Joe W. mention earlier, have essentially been glued at the hip up there, fighting for that second position. Can't seem to get away from one another. But I have to give credit to Wonderly. Despite losing out that track position to the 705, he's making sure that, he can't make any sort of slip up.
And I think what I'm actually more curious about is the battle that's 20 seconds behind this one, and that is Kovac versus McDuff. Now, Chris McDuff's last lap time of 209.7. Compare that to Kovac, a 212.3. So it certainly looks like Chris McDuff here with about 4 laps remaining, call it 3.5 laps remaining, is trying to get 4th position.
Yeah, Chris started all the way at the back, so he's made good progress through the field. Branimir is a good defender, so we shall see what happens when he gets to his bumper.
Yeah, so that is McDuff in the white machine and Kovac in the sort of green and brown just in front of him, holding the valuable track position, as it does seem to be rather important today, on through the fast section of Phil Hill. And we've seen a few drivers maybe take a look there, but no such opportunity this time for McDuff. What about up towards Star Mazda turn? Let's see when the cameras switch over to there, whether or not he's in position to try an attack as they enter our picture. He's close, but not quite there.
I think that if I was Chris McDuff, I'd be lining Kovac up for a possible pass down into turn number 1. We've also seen turn number 12 be a decent passing opportunity, but doesn't look like McDuff got the run out of Star Mazda turn, at least enough to pressure his competitor going into this, call it final corner, sunset turn down here at turn number 12. So I do think that the delta difference is there. McDuff is turning laps about 2.5 seconds faster than Branimir, but like we just heard Joe W. say, we're going to see how wide Kovac can make that car for 4th.
Yeah, it was nearly 2 seconds again between the pair of them, but now will that gap start to even out as McDuff finds difficulties trying to sneak by up into that little chicane on the entry into the off-ramp. Looks like such an awkward run into there, Joe W. I do like the way that corner kind of looks, that switch, quick switch and flick back and forth.
I described it, awkward is a really entry. It has that little kink before the off ramp, and it just getting the car weights for correct there is really pretty difficult. Probably the heaviest king zone on the track going into off ramp. If you use too much curb on the inside, you can also get the car all out of shape. So it's a real balancing act. Fun to watch the two fighting that close going in there.
Behind them, I believe that is Alan Watts in the red 225, kind of giving Watts.
It is Alan, and I think what you're maybe going to see is it's going to probably, if anything, Branimir a little bit as he takes a little bit more defensive lines, so that possible it might bring him back into that fight.
That's exactly what I was kind of wondering. It might wind up being the case. This is essentially a fight for P4 just outside of the podium. Right now it's 2 cars. Could we wind up with 3 all tangled at the end? We're down to 3 to go already. So this race has gone by very quickly.
Yeah, a very, very rapid race out here, and this is the big fight that we're still watching. Kovac versus McDuff for what is 4th place overall on the racetrack. I just saw that Maidment is still in front of Wonderly. It's just, can this white number 372 get by the 318 with, call it, 2 more laps remaining?
I did like your call, Joey, about, maybe try to set him up. And I feel like Sunset is the perfect spot for that. Force him to go defensive. It's a second left-hander right after on a long straightaway, too. So could pull the over-under. As there was a little look and a force of defense on Maidment as Wonderly is starting to make him think twice.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just kind of putting your car where you don't think that they're going to be looking. For instance, if you can take the driver's eyes off of their marks, off of their brake marks, off of their apex eyes, you can all of a sudden distract them just that little bit. And all you're looking for is to add those little variables. The more variables you can introduce to your competitor, the more they've got to deal with behind the wheel.
He's laying that pressure on, so that's one of the big battles right there, and he's doing a good job. Just it seems Nigel will not crack for him, at least quite yet. They're coming down to the one to go, I think, pretty shortly here. Another massive gap, though, up to the front of the field. 24 seconds they have lost to Rob Walker, who is just stomping everybody today.
Yeah, I was just about to say that as well. It was about this point in race number 1 where we just kind of had to report, yes, Rob Walker is still alive out there. Yes, he is still 25 seconds out front. No, we haven't seen him in a little bit. There he is, taking the white flag, just putting on an absolute clinic. Rob is turning laps 2+ seconds faster than anybody else.
And I thought I saw, it may have been Maidman and Wonderly that were going side by side into Star Mazda turn there for one of the shots. We'll get a view of them here shortly as we wait for the flag man to give him that one to go signal. I think that is them right there, but they look actually farther apart than they were before, and it is still Nigel leading the two of them.
It certainly is. And then I think another equal distant gap is going to bring us that next battle between Branimir and Chris as well. So let's watch this battle between Nigel and Murray go up through this off-ramp section. Certainly seems like that, call it maroon number 705, has maybe inched out one car length ahead of that Tiger number 614.
That could wind up being crucial here with this being the last lap. If you can keep that distance to him, it's going to allow him to maybe just relax that little bit more, focus on his own race, not have to constantly watch those mirrors in case of a potential dive. Remember, this is for second place, and if Nigel gets this, he'll up the score to 4 second places for Nigel. Murray only 2. Neither of them have won a race yet this season.
Certainly seems like, at least in this last lap and a half or so, Nigel has picked up the pace, maybe just a touch, or maybe it was just maybe offline for Murray Wonderly somewhere. However, it does seem like Maidment is holding second place strongly. But as I say that, here comes the run from Wonderly.
Wow, second half of the bus stop must have been fantastic for Murray. He is right on top of him once again. This is where he needs to be. Star Mazda turn might be his best opportunity to try the overtake. Otherwise, he'll need a massive send in a sunset to make it happen. Up ahead of them, that is not our leader, I believe. That is a lapped car that they're catching up to. That could also play a part in this.
Yeah, and I think Rob Walker will be taking the checkered flag there. He is 25+ seconds out front. I'm curious about the Maidment Wonderly battle. They're going to be going through what is the S's right now and approaching turn number 12. Who is going to end up in that second and who is going to finish third?
Yeah, fantastic back-to-back wins there by the 253. Coming back to the battle between Maidment and Wonderly. We wait to see the livery of the car, and it is Nigel who comes home in second once again. Just the smallest of gaps ahead of Wonderly. Wound up being about 6/10 between the pair of them. Kovac versus McDuff. Did the 318 also manage to hold on to P4? That was a close battle earlier.
Well, I believe they're still finishing it. This, I think, is just behind them. This is Alicia Ray, Bob Chang and company. I think Adam Abrams has made that pass officially back there. So now here comes this Kovac, McDuff, Watts battle. And it certainly seems like Branimir Kovac made that car very wide, does hang on to that 4th place position.
Interesting that we've got a safety vehicle flag also being displayed. So I wonder if something happened there on the last lap in this first little sector.
And that, yes, it is a safety vehicle. It usually means a slow-moving vehicle, which typically is a safety vehicle. There it is.
It is. I could say that just heading out now. I assume to retrieve someone, but I have not seen them yet.
They've just pulled off there. That was on I-5 before Cotton Corners, so not exactly sure.
No, I-5 is much more bumper-to-bumper traffic, Joe. Trust me, I know that one.
I'm thinking that when we had that off in turn 1, that someone may have had still be stuck there. Unfortunately, from where I'm sitting, I can only see a tree. So I can't tell you.
That would make sense too. Where that truck had pulled off was in the short chute between 2 and 3, which is essentially the shortcut if you overran turn number 1 and we're on the outside of the track.
Yeah, I'm looking at timing and scoring, and I see Greg Scarcello as 7 laps down. So I'm going to take a guess that that may have been him, because I do believe he was in that big group when they were heading towards turn 1. Ray did manage to hold off Bob Chang, so an amazing job by Alicia Ray playing defense pretty much that whole run and coming away with a P8. You can see we've got the first of our Red Cup races coming up in a bit, but first up is going to be the impound. We'll head to that in just a moment.
Serious driver safety and performance gear. Founded by 4-decade POC member Eric Olbers, we've got everything you need. Fire suits, helmets, Huns devices, data systems, transponders, and more. All from the brands racers trust: Alpine Stars, Bell, Simpson, Stan 21, Stilo, Zamp, and Rue, Sparco, MyLaps, and beyond. Need expert advice? Swing by our brand new West LA shop for hands-on support and everyday low prices, or hit up westwoodracingsupplies.com and shop from anywhere. Orders over $100 ship free, fast, and with the same pro-level service you'd get in store. Westwood Racing Supplies. Gear up, drive safe, and race hard.
like my point? Your left headlight. Just left you.
Any reports of anything?
I haven't heard anything yet.
What's up, Steve?
That was good.
Yeah. A little talking well, I don't want to ran out of spray. It seems like there's work costs. I'm not quite sure. It needs a bath. He started in front of me. I'm not sure where he finished, but we don't want to rub dirt and salt in the wound, so we'll let it be there. Nice picture of the car. Good for the shake and bake.
Yeah, shake and bake is a little bit better.
It's a lot of shaking going on over here. What happened?
I tried to explore some other parts of the track.
Yeah. Hey, if you weren't getting your money's worth just on the asphalt,
Yeah,
you
that's
wanted
right.
to check out the desert.
A little bit better.
It was right on.
It was a cloud. We saw a cloud from up there. Like,
See, if you're gonna make a dust cloud, you make a big dust cloud. Just a little one.
Pretty sure there was like some little muskrat or something. I'm very into the. I don't want to kill that thing, so I just swerved.
It's the same rat that's over there. Was it you guys?
Yeah.
I got great video sideways.
Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
Call it drifting. Call it drifting.
Hey, I was just like, oh man, don't get stuck in the dirt. Don't get stuck in the dirt. So I was happy I made it back
He
out
did
there.
have a scenic in the turn 1 here at one point where his transmission seized up. And he went off there, and there was a
that was a couple years
big
ago.
pond there with some ducks floating around. He had a great view. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, Steve, thanks, man.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt. That one's gonna hurt him. I thought you were fast.
Oh, yeah.
Four-star Mazda.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve.
Good race today.
Thanks for doing it.
Yeah.
Big fun.
A lot of fun. How was the pass on your son?
Good.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, even more at Thanksgiving. That was good.
I saw them both off.
He did. You did get him. Superb move. Yep. He was impressed too. It's a piece of cake, man. It's easy. I was just thinking, Sonical's gonna be so proud of me. Yeah, thanks, Sonical.
I taught it to him like 2 minutes ago. I'm like, look how easy it is. You just do it to him.
He did it. He was saying how easy it was. And, it's like, I don't know. That's a ballsy move. It does. It was. But it worked. Once. You wouldn't let me have it again. How'd you come, Chris? Maybe no 5. Good race.
Sniffing around a few times.
I was trying.
Yeah.
From DFL?
Yes. Yes. You had Alicia holding you up there for a while. I was going to be like, man, if Alicia finishes it before Chris, there's going to be hell to pay. Oh, yeah, well.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Hey, Marty, how did you and Barry, you and Nigel?
Second and third. We had a great battle though, the whole race.
Yeah, like last race. Yeah.
This one was even better. We were back and forth passing, which
that's really cool.
It was fun. You got me on Phil Hill. Can you believe that? I used to think I was fast.
Late? Last lap?
No, early on. Yeah. It was. You are fast on Phil Hill. It's the kink before that where you're giving up. So.
They're improving. Yeah.
Podium again?
Yep.
Ready to go?
Photos?
Ready? Let's do it.
All right, 3, 2,
I hope you are ready for some noise out there, because we are going to be running with the big boys on the track. It's time for the Red Cup here, race number 1 on the weekend for Porsche Owners Club, as it gets covered here on DriversEye Live. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt with me up here in the booth. And Joey, we've seen 2 great races in the Orange Cup cars, but we all love some speed, so I'm looking forward to seeing the Red Cup get out there.
Yeah, this is that different run group where it's a little bit more of modern machinery, a little bit bigger capability in terms of that performance window. You get some of those cool sounding sequential transmissions out there and the fastest lap times of the weekend.
You can see they're already out on the pre-grid. Pretty much all lined up, just waiting for the signal pretty shortly here. I think we got actually not too long, because I am seeing it is, just about 3:50 p.m. right now, so we should see them waved out pretty shortly. Obviously, they do have a couple high-performance drivers still out on the track, but I believe they've been given the checkered flag, so they're probably on their in-lap to complete that, and the track will be ready to go. So we saw lots of intense racing in the mid-pack in the Orange Cup there, Joe W. Do you have any expectations on the Red Cup? Is there anything we should look out for that might be slightly different with these cars?
I think that in general, you'll see more close action in the orange race amongst the Boxsters. They often, once the first, you get through a few laps in the red race, they'll often settle into a pace which is slightly different between them, and so you'll start to see kind of standard field spread. But I'm very curious to see how that goes with the GT3 cars. Again, it's you have some very experienced drivers in the Spec 991.2 class. I mean, Mike Monsalvi up front there. Mike's kind of won most things that there are to win in the club. Just an excellent driver. He knows this track super well. Bob Mueller right behind him. Kind of same thing, but I think Mike's got the pace on him. I guess we'll see that. And then Brian's up next in the 641. We'll see. I think he might bring a real fight to them in this race. He's been able to do that earlier in the year. But like I say, I'm very curious to see what the pace of the GT3 cars are, to see whether they stay with each other or not. It's, like I say, those cars have very different characteristics, so it's always fun to see how they get through the race.
Yeah, I was just looking at how the championship has been going, and you aren't wrong about Monsalve. He had 1 DNF in race 2, and then it looks like a third and a second previous to this weekend. But otherwise, he has been absolutely dominating the 991.2 class. The next nearest car, Mike has 168 points, Dwayne Selby at 88 points. And then the cars that are actually here, Bob Mueller is at 84. So this is practically all but wrapped up for our points leader and our pole sitter going into today's race.
And you got to remember, Monsalve, he was champion in that GT2 class 5 years in a row. So he is in a very familiar position, too.
And I'll say the races were at Laguna where he got second and third. We had a couple of the GMG folks there, James Safronis. James is a super quality driver. He did manage to finish in front of Mike. That's, you're getting upper echelons as far as James goes.
All right, they've released them, and they're heading out on their pace lap. So let's go through today's starting order. Monsalve on the pole position with Bob Mueller to his outside. It's going to take a miracle for Bob to catch him in the points, most likely, but I'm sure he's motivated to beat him today. That's row number 1. If we take a look back at row number 2, Brian Van Noy will start there from P3. Dwayne Selby, I didn't think he was here today. I'd missed that. He is here. He'll start from P4. He sits second in the points, actually, but he's a little farther back here at the start. Eric Aubers will start in P5 with Tom Mueller starting in the 6th position. Then on into row number 4, Anna Pradesiu is going to be in the 7th spot. Garrett Wesseling will start in P8 today. As we move back to 9th, Daryl Troster starts in that spot, followed by Thomas Stone to round out your top 10 positions. On to row 11, Roland Schmidt will be there on the inside. Marcus Rogan starts to the outside of him. On into row number 7, that takes us to Paul Barnes starting 13th, and Ryder Leo starting back farther past the halfway point there in 14th. Brad Keegan, P15, along with Evan Gold in the 16th position here today. Then in 17th, it is Jim Salzer, followed by Frank Powell in P18. And into row 10, Mick Janaszak starts in 19th. Andy Sloan will start in the 20th position. Brett Gaviglio will start from the back in 21st. It looked like his pace initially in the qualifying was going to take him higher than that, but will only be back in the last of the field at the start of this race. It did seem that drivers were a little bit frantic down in the Orange Cup to try and take positions at the start. We did have a couple hiccups on the last one, Joey. Let's hope we get it nice and clean on this one.
Yeah, certainly. I think that all these drivers are probably anxious to get going. You see some of the warm-up procedures that these drivers are doing right now, whether it be tire scrubbing left to right, watching that steering wheel, just trying to get the temperatures into that rubber as well as the pressures, and then also warming up these brake pads. You got to make sure that not only the tires are up to temperature, the brain is also up to temperature, and make sure those brakes are ready to go as well.
That's a good point, yeah. You need to be prepared on all fronts out here. Now, it is going to be the same time at 25 minutes maximum. However, because the lap times are so much quicker, it is 13 laps this race. So unless we get a full course yellow, it'll go by those laps first, and then they will try and debate whether or not they need to go to time if the race gets slowed down. So coming up to the outside of Mike, our front row starters getting side by side as we line up in two wonderful columns here for today's race. And they'll be heading up to that flag stand as they wait for the call. They're holding them, as we've seen all weekend, until quite close. And now they are going. Green flag is out. Cars in the back in row 3 looking like they're weaving back and forth to try to find position. But Mueller there on the outside trying to challenge Monsalve as we ride on board with him into the first corner, and he's not able to take it away.
It certainly seemed like Monsalve didn't get necessarily the best initial start, but took it really deep into turn number 1 and then through this, call it off-ramp section. Here is the split start with our second run group. They're now headed down into turn number 1, but Monsalve did a great job to recapture the lead.
Daryl Troster, I believe, leading in that second group back there as they come up towards those first few corners. But it looks like up at the front, Monsalve doing everything he needs to do to start this one. Does not want to give away another win after missing out, like we heard Joe W. mention, to some very fast competitors over at Laguna Seca. They're into the bus stop section for the first time in anger, but it is all very single file this time.
I'm curious to see the run up and over Phil Hill. This is the next set of corners. Watch these cars bounce over those apex curbs, and now definitely have to get down a gear, maybe even 2 to get up and over turn number 9. I don't see any dust flying anywhere yet. Knock on some wood. Looks like our cars are relatively clean through the first 3 quarters of lap number 1.
I mean, those are great signs here to start this race. Look at how close, though, it's getting up to the top 3. I thought Monsalve would run away a little bit, but as we hop back on board with Mueller, a lot of corrections happening on that steering wheel, but he's also got Van Noy and I believe Selby staying close to the back of him.
This is the run through the S's complete lap number 1 here. Certainly seems like Monsalve did a good job of getting out of that Star Mazda turn. Now this is turn number 12. We've seen lots of drivers run very, very wide throughout the course of the day here. Certainly seems like the front of the field has got it down very nicely through that final corner.
Top 4, less than 2 seconds apart. That's much closer than what we were seeing up at the point in our Orange Cup Racing. Yeah, and you can see that they are really glued together up at the front of this field. I find that entry down into the off-ramp very interesting, Joey, because it seems like there are some significant bumps into there.
I think there's significant bumps at a lot of these corners, but yes, you're right. Not only does it have a lot of, call it natural camber built into turn number 2, but it is a little bit odd going into it. I think that the more aggressive drivers who are very good with car control are probably going to kind of prevail over there, because you can chuck it into the corner and then, depending on what the car is doing, can catch it.
We saw that dirt up in the air. I believe that was coming from Sunset, so that was one of the later cars in the lesser class there, just going a bit wide out of the final corner. Now it looks like the 87 has got the car underneath him as he's starting to put some distance, but Van Noy is really pressurizing the 128 of Bob Mueller. He's gone from attack to defense.
Oh, and a little bit of kick up of the dust. This is over in turn number 3 area. That was off of the apex curbs, and this was a move going down into that Star Mazda turn. I think that was Brian Van Noy getting aggressive on Bob Mueller for what is second place. I'm sure we'll get the shot. There is Brian Van Noy moved up into that second spot.
Nicely done. That could be critical here with only 13 laps. He's not going to have too many opportunities to try to sneak by. We'll get that updated on the line as our timing tower will swap that P2. Selby not close enough to try to pick up on it, though. I'm sure he's going to be ruining that, considering if he was just a little bit closer, he could have demoted Bob another spot.
I think that he's close enough, though, that if Bob Mueller is a little bit on the back foot, maybe Dwayne Selby can go up there and start to apply that pressure. Remember, that's exactly what he just saw Brian Van Noy do. So maybe a little bit of copycat, but right now that white and gold 128 of Bob Mueller has certainly settled back into the racing groove. Doesn't seem like he's on the back foot at all, and actually, if anything, he's pretty close to that back bumper of the 641.
Yeah, he does not want to lose touch at this stage. And I almost wonder if they do realize that they're not going to be catching Mike up there, as it's 1.4 seconds at the line, and I think he's stretched even beyond that here midway through this latest lap. In the meantime, Van Noy, Mueller, Selby, Aubers as well, all remaining close and keeping a watchful eye should any one of those four have a little hiccup out on track. Very different lines, in fact, between them coming into Phil Hill.
I think that was actually maybe a little bit wide from Bob Mueller coming into this camera shot, which kind of forced him on that inside line going through that fast left-hander there. And so Dwayne Selby is going to be looking to take advantage. This was the corner. Bob Mueller is going to go defensive. Remember, he learned from last lap when Van Noy got around him. He did not want to open that door again.
Kept it shut as best he can, but he's still having to defend because Selby's still glued to the back of him. Old Bears is also watching pretty closely. Finally, they have a gap down to Tom Mueller and Anna Predescu there in the 6th and 7th spots. Somebody hugely off in the background. I'm trying to make out if that was on our track or if that's the motorcycle course.
No, that certainly seems like it's our course, and it certainly seems like they are just now coming back out onto the racetrack. There it is. Oh, is that the 21 car?
I think that is. I think you're right. Brad Keegan potentially kicking up a lot of dust here as he returns to the circuit. Certainly looks like the silhouette of his machine. As we cut away from that, back to our leaders once again. Last lap, a 52.7 from Monsalve, 53.2 for Van Noy, so he's not running him down that time, though he looks like he's still not too far away.
The difference between the top 5 cars is actually that 5th place car, that number 0 of Eric Aubert, the 153.9. That's actually faster than Selby, faster than Mueller, the 2 cars directly in front of him. So maybe Eric in this number 0 car is starting to come alive here after a handful of laps.
Indeed, and I'd love to bring Joe W. in on this one because, again, Joe, you know these guys better than we do. Of this 4 fighting for second place, I mean, who would you put your money on? Because it seems like they're all pretty evenly paced in these early stages.
Yeah, I say it's a tough call. This is not an easy to pass on. I said I think Brian Vanoy is going to look at, and but unless Brian takes himself out going after Mike Monsalve. In other words, if he chases too hard, he might make mistake. But otherwise, I don't think anybody else the pace for him. He didn't quite have the pace in Quali, but I think he'll hold on to what he has. Bob and Dwayne, tough to say. Both those very experienced drivers. Dwayne known for taking care of his tires and maybe making a move later in the race. I guess we'll see if that happens. Only time will tell on something like that if somebody's keeping their tires better under control than the other driver.
So we rode on board with Bob Mueller there coming through Star Mazda turn. Saw a big correction mid-corner. Thankfully saved the slide. That may have cost him another couple tenths up to Van Noy. Between them, it's already up to 1.7 seconds. So they are spreading out a little bit after initially it looked like this was going to be our tight fight here in the Red Cup. We're down to 9 laps to go now for our drivers. Does look like, I believe that is Tom Mueller and Anna Predeshu, who are very close together. Tom in the orange car leading, Anna giving close chase.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I see on timing and scoring only about 5 tenths, maybe 6 tenths of a second separate them, and there they go through the bus stop. So visually, I think that gap has actually closed down even more here. So now there they are exiting the bus stop. We'll see about the run through these, call it fast, long, sweeping corners, approach this left-hander, and then go back up and over the hill through turn number 9. This is Phil Hill. We're watching this orange car go up and over as they both are smack right there on the racing line.
You'll often see the cars go a little wide on that left-hander because there's a big bump right on the inside, and so a lot of the drivers want to avoid that. So you won't see them take that. Many of them will not take that apex just because there's a bump there. It tends to really unsettle car.
That makes a lot more sense now. We've been seeing that wider line from a number of drivers, so some feel comfortable, but some do not. Oh, Van Noy, did he cut down on the time? Yes, he was 4 tenths of a second quicker than our leader this time by. So Brian is making a challenge on Monsalve, the dominant force so far in the 2025 season, and making sure that he's going to have to hustle if he wants to get back to the top step.
And remember, from our Orange Cup races that we've already seen today, this race is 2 laps longer. So 13 laps is what this run group is going to be out there doing. So coming up to about halfway through, and if Mike Monsalve is out there just kind of managing his pace, he's going to see that 641 of Brian Van Noy start to creep ever closer in that rearview mirror. Maybe it's time to up it up just that little bit more.
Yeah, if you see that
at the line, the gap. Go ahead.
If you see that gap come down much more, then Mike's not managing. If he keeps it there, he's likely managing. He's just going to keep his tires under him. He doesn't need a lot bigger gap than that. He has enough gap that if he makes a tiny error, he'll still have the lead. So he doesn't need much more than what he has. But if it gets closer than that, it's not voluntary.
And yeah, I was just about to say that the gap is 1.5 seconds at the line this last lap. So there's our reference point to see where it winds up after they go through this time. The 5:52 didn't give us much notes in the way of any info about him. What kind of driver is Van Noy? Does he thrive on putting that pressure on, Joe W?
Yeah, I mean, he loves. Some people like driving fast. Brian likes racing. I mean, he would love nothing better than to get up dice with Mike. That's what he drives for. Some people love they want to run away and drive just as fast as they can. It isn't that he doesn't want to drive fast. He wants to race. Brian's a racer at heart. He will push Mike, and he's a little bit of if you're not first, you're last.
Gives it his all. And
he does.
Well, Joey, we heard Joe W mention that if that's coming down, then that it's not Mike Monsalve saving. Well, it's down to 9 tenths of a second. He took more than half a second out that time.
And it was actually Van Nooy's fastest lap of the race. Now, Monsalve does still have the fastest lap of the race, a 52.716. However, Monsalve's last lap, a 53.5, so about 3/4 of a second slower than as fast as he's gone. Brian Van Nooy, the complete opposite, 52.90. His last lap, his fastest lap of the race. So he is continuing to drop those times throughout here. I do think that the 641 has a little bit more pace underneath him right now. However, getting past somebody and driving up to their rear bumper are two completely different things. We're about to see if this number 87, this green car, is going to get wide or if they're going to trade it back and forth.
Oh, he's having to defend already a little bit coming down into Star Mazda turn here, Joe W. So this battle is on.
Yeah, nobody better than Mike Salvi at driving the line that makes it difficult to get by. And I don't mean anything untoward by that. He is a smart and fast driver. So he will not, he will choose lines that make it very hard for Brian Van Nooy to make progress against him. But that's why they run the race.
Well, Mike seemed like he lost a little bit in the middle of the lap, but by the time they reached back to the start-finish line, it was only about a tenth quicker for Van Nooy that lap. So he had lost a little bit somewhere out of Star Mazda turn through the S's and down into Sunset. Let's watch and see if once again the fortunes change partway through the lap. Could it be that we have drivers that are stronger in different sections?
It certainly could be, and when we really analyze Buttonwillow, I think I'm probably reading a little bit too much into this racetrack, but sector number 1, a little bit of a slower speed area. So if you're going to have two different drivers, maybe one that's more aggressive through the fast stuff, using those aerodynamic devices, trusting the car, they might be faster through here, sector number 2 and sector number 3. However, if you're maybe have an autocross background is how you got into road racing, you might excel at sector number 1 where the speeds are a little bit slower. You got to be super precise on car placement and exactly where you put the car. But right now, it still seems like Van Nooy looking to try to find a way around Monsalve, both so similar on pace.
Brian does look closer than he was at the start of the lap. I think he regained some ground. Still love this battle that we've got behind between Tom and Anna for that 6th place, too. They have not let up on that. Oh, that is Aubert's. Aubert's off the track, and the car is going slow. I don't see damage on it, but he's taking his time getting back up to speed.
Yes, he had an off at Riverside.
And in those cars, at that point in the racetrack, Joe Peak, that is not a small off.
Meanwhile, down in the GT3s, Gaviglio is leading. We're getting word that he is running extremely fast laps right now, so watch out for him on if he catches up to our GT2s and starts to overtake them. We're down to 5 laps to go. We come back to our leaders, and again, Van Nooy has suddenly regained, but this time he has not lost in that final sector. He's almost nose to bumper with the 87.
And what I'm starting to see is Monsalve actually a little bit wide through some of these corners here. Brian Van Nooy was pretty much pushing him up and over turn at number 3. Now, the previous lap through this section right here, the bus stop, Monsalve was really wide. This time, much more tighty. Hit his marks nicely through what is turn number 6 out here. Brian Van Nooy is just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Maybe the door will open.
For the overall lead between the pair of them as they come into the shot. Looks like lapped cars already ahead of them could play a factor in this as well. Can Brian be clever about this and find an opportunity, or will they catch them in enough time? Because it is only 5 laps to go.
Well, it really coming up to 4 laps to go. Call it
true.
4 laps and 4 1/4 laps remaining as they're already through, call it Star Mazda turn right here, now accelerating up through turn number 11, the S's section here. Monsalve kind of being that immovable rock right now. Van Nooy definitely has more pace, at least at this stage in the race, but Monsalve, a tough customer.
And this is the sort of battle we love to see. There's those two fighting cars towards the end. I think that's Keegan and Januszak. Now, Keegan might be much quicker than him unless he has damage from that off. So he might run away from Januszak, and that a battle won't come to fruition like we thought. In the meantime, this time across the line, it was almost dead even between Monsalve and Van Noy in terms of lap time. I think Brian has finally hit the wall of that dirty air that he can't get much closer than this unless he starts to make some attacks.
I do feel like Van Noy is a little bit faster in sector number 1 and is able to close it up more on that green number 87 in front of him. Now, the biggest variable we're going to have this lap is those two slower cars in the different class directly in front here. Where are they going to let the leaders by? I'm sure that they see him in the rearview mirror, but this could cause a change up front.
Indeed, and I thought that they weren't going to get them before the end, but man, it was within a lap. So we had a car in front of them with another big off. Dust up in front, obscuring the view. Everybody finally sees it open up and sees that the track is clear. This opens the chance for Van Noy. He's going to go around the long way and use the lap traffic to his advantage. Monsalve has now lost the lead to Brian Van Noy.
What a terrific pass. He was able to read that traffic perfectly. There was a huge dust cloud, so I think the drivers were a little bit timid going in there. Monsalve went in trying to get to the inside, and Brian Van Noy said, you know what, there's nobody to the outside of the racetrack right here. I'll go ahead Darlington my way around this thing.
Exactly, and kind of dirt track style, go where they're not, and that has gifted him the lead. We'll see that update with now 3 laps to go when they cross the line. He ran him down, he made the pass, now he's got to hold on to it. He got himself quite a bit of a buffer too, as it looks like it's 1.3 seconds on that first time by.
I think that Monsalve kind of got caught up in the pass for the lead when Van Noy was able to do that. He just wasn't able to clear those other 2 cars as quickly as that 641. But Joe W., you said that Van Noy likes to race. Whoa, what a move, huh?
Yeah, that's in character. And he's going. If he sees the chance, he will certainly. And now we'll just see if he has, we'll see what he has for pace now, but like I say, I don't think Mike was holding back before. I think he was driving all out, and if that's the case, Brian has a pretty good shot, but still 3 to go.
I like a phrase I saw someone recently use, if gap car. So that kind of felt like exactly that in that situation. And Brian's now doing his best to scoot off into the distance with these final few laps. I want to give some love to Bob Mueller because, yes, he lacked a little pace at the start after losing out to that P2, but he's still running a very solid 3rd place. He's going to collect a podium, just unfortunately has not had enough to keep up with that top 2.
Well, not only that, but providing us some awesome in-car camera shots. This is up over Phil Hill. This is, you see that track just literally leap out from the left side there and try to make you run off the racetrack there. I think that's one of the reasons why we see some of the drivers really swing wide in preparation for that. And this is a common sight here. Lots of these dust clouds drifting across the racetrack from cars up front running off track.
Yeah, and that was someone running off the outside of the track, interestingly. At least it appeared to be that where it was blowing from.
It too deep into turn number 10. Probably just ran wide.
Yeah. Oh. He's just trying to... Oh, that, you know what? I think that was Van Noy. Van Noy is now marked as 2nd.
Yes, he lost position.
Oh, my goodness.
Critical mistake. Unbelievable. Monsalve is not going to, he can't believe his luck, I'm sure, at this point. He got run down, he got passed in almost embarrassing style, and then suddenly it gets handed back on a silver platter. Van Noy could have had this one with ease, it feels like. And look at the distance between them now. That is massive to make up in a lap and a half.
I don't think you're going to make up that much time, and a little bit frustrating for Brian Van Noy. I'm sure that he's yelling at himself inside of that race car right now. However, don't let it affect you in this last lap and a half. Bob Mueller is right there. It's pretty much equal distant gaps between Monsalve, Van Noy, and Mueller. So don't let it get to you. You still have another lap plus to finish this thing out.
Also, credit needs to go out to Daryl Troster. He is our leader in the GT2 class, number 41, running 9th overall. I think he's got Gaviglio between himself and Roland Schmidt, so he's got a nice little buffer to help him out to the end of this race. We've been so focused on that overall, haven't really talked about the other classes quite as much, but they've given us something to really pay attention to up at the front.
Yeah, and I think that just kind of given how the races start and how these classes work their way through, it makes sense that we've been watching the number 87, but like you said, always great to check in on everybody, see how their race is going between the GT2 field, between the GT3 field, the Spec 991s, and here is the white flag for our overall leader. And Brian Van Noy is back out in front. Am I seeing that right on timing and scoring?
That's correct. Yeah, that's what it says. Monsalve hasn't even gone by yet. Something may have happened to the 87 out on track. There he is now.
Well, I think it's just a timing and scoring glitch because Monsalve is
right.
still out in front.
You're right. Yep, they haven't changed. So we can get visual confirmation, even though the scoring has gone a little wonky on us there. So, yes, good catch. Mueller still behind. But a little bit of crystal ball commentating.
Oh, never say never.
Oh, he's going to spin it back around. Oh, he's got it collected again. This was a mega tank slapper up at turn number 3. He's not only going to lose the lead. There's second place as well. Bob Mueller through.
It has been mistake-riddled at the top of the field here in the Red Cup at the end of this race. Van Noy gets a second chance breathed into his race, and he's got a huge gap now. It is Mueller who is behind him instead. And they'll come up and over the crest here of Phil Hill for one last time. You only have to lead that last lap, and while he has led a couple of them, Brian Van Noy, and still problems there for Monsalves. It looks like the car is just out of sorts.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's just a little bit rattled out there, and given that it's just a half lap remaining, bring this thing home. But who wants to win this thing?
It looks like Van Noy's the most hungry today as we see him come through the S's. One corner left to go for the 641 car. What a fantastic race for him. The white flag now turns into the checkered flag as Brian Van Noy worked hard. It wasn't a perfect race, but it's going to result in victory.
Wow.
Bob
I got a
Mueller
chuckle over
scored
here.
a second.
I mean, an amazing race, right? We thought it was kind of unraveling out there for Mike Monsalve. Brian Van Noy got by aggressively. Then he drove it off the racetrack. Then timing and scoring threw us for a loop. Here comes the other classic cars taking their checkered flag as well. But, I mean, drama to end the afternoon here at Buttonwillow.
And Joey Selby winds up with the third place. Mike was having trouble there coming through Phil Hill and gave up another spot. He didn't even finish on the podium.
A 2:14 from Mike Monsalve on the last lap of the race. And just to kind of put that in perspective, that's almost 20 seconds slower than a normal race lap. I do feel like maybe there was a right rear tire issue. It got crazy loose in turn number 3, and then you saw Monsalve just kind of nurse it back home. I wonder if it was maybe just a little nerves bringing it back, or if there was an issue late in the race.
I could have cut it on a curb somewhere, potentially, yeah. We just don't know at this stage. But it does mean that Van Noy is scored as your winner, Mueller in P2. Selby will be third, Monsalve P4. Anna Predescu will be fifth, with Tom Mueller finishing in 6th, as it is Garris Wesseling who finishes in 7th today. From there, the Spec 992s was won by Eric Aubers. He had a little bit of a hiccup in there. He was 8th overall. Daryl Troster was the winner of the GT2s, down in 9th overall. Brett Gaviglio, winner of the GT3s, and 10th overall. And then 11th overall goes to Roland Schmidt. Ryder Leo was P12. Thomas Stone, P13. Evan Gold, 14th. Jim Salzer was 15th today. After that, you've got Paul Barnes finishing 16th. Brad Keegan, unfortunately, with a huge off, is only 17th. Frank Powell was 18th. Mick Janaszak, 19th. Andy Sloan was 20th with a Quigley as a did not start. I believe that we will have a podium for the Red Cup here. Checking to see if we're going to be sending off to a little bit of a break before we come to that as we see the cars heading.
Yeah, and I was just going to say the cars, the lead group are just now heading into pit lane off of the racetrack. There you see Brian Van Noy bringing it in. Crew members, tech officials waiting. Bob Mueller also bringing it to a stop right here into pit lane. So I'm sure it's going to be, call it a couple minutes before these drivers officially have their gear completely off, you know, the belt's undone, they've stepped out of the car, they've gotten a drink of their water bottle and get some of their thoughts.
Yep, that will. And okay, we're going to go to break, but it sounds like no, we have called it off here. So we're going to get to see the celebrations there by Bob Mueller. Still happy with that second place. Looks pretty hyped with himself, managing to bring that one home. But I cannot wait to see the celebrations coming out of Brian Van Noy as he gets his gear off. Already has crew.
Is it going to be celebrations, or is it going to be like, oh my gosh, how did that happen? How did I win this thing?
I love that whoever was looking in there had one of your favorites. I believe that was Ricky Bobby on the back of his shirt, Joey.
You gotta love Ricky Bobby. You know, it had been a few years, and it was actually on the other night. I sat down and watched it. It's a great time. Good
comedy, good race comedy, but all kinds of fist bumps up and down throughout the fields. We'll try and listen in if we get any of the drivers chatting here in a moment. They usually have a good debrief with one another. In fact, looks like we might have one right here.
I can't imagine. This is the worst place, too. So dusty.
Yeah, well.
Oh, well.
My tech, Tyson, said, don't go in the dirt. I said, the minute you told me not to go in the dirt, I'm going to end up in the dirt. I got dirty.
I can see that.
I kept going, though.
Right, Brad.
Oh, boy. Been there, done that.
Going. You beat me.
Why? Race you guys.
Yeah.
Was that fun or was that fun?
Yeah, it was fun.
I thought for sure you were going to come for me. And it was like, I was like, you were hanging out there, and I was like, I need to put 3 bad laps down. And then we did, and then Bobby goes, hey, there's traffic ahead. And I'm like, what traffic? Anyway, that was fun. We love this stuff. They probably can't hear us, right? They cannot hear us? They can hear us. Well, hello. Hi, Mom. If you're watching, I know you're watching. That was really fun. I'm sorry I didn't get the end car. This is Ryder Lou. He's the best damn racer in the world. This guy right here is a Honda race engineer. He is amazing.
Is this your blue car? Yeah, really fun to watch the flames. Really fun to watch the flames shoot out the tailpipe.
Yeah. I thought I had further to go. We got gifts. Ours are past.
Yeah. I've done that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spooky.
And lots of thick dirt. Lost my splitter.
Oh. Get another one.
Yeah, I have a spare. We'll try it again.
We'll try it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good day. Uh-oh.
boys.
Those are on the floor.
Because it feels
This week.
Or go push in case one of these guys goes off. When those two were fighting, the probability of one of them going off was pretty high, so I'll stay close enough. And
when Brian went off, it was like a smoke screen.
Well, it was,
I
and
couldn't
then
see you, man, going through there.
And then when Mike went off over here, it was the same way.
Yeah.
And then if you enter the S's a little too shallow, it puts up a big cloud of dust for the people behind you.
Yeah.
When we come out of Star Mazda,
Oh.
you go to the S's,
Yeah,
you
drop
drop
the
your
top
right
three.
rear almost every time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it goes poof. So I have to get the car lined up on the line and just drive through the dirt because I know you didn't crash.
How funny. I didn't know I was getting that close.
Yeah, not every time, but all good.
Good. Thank you, boys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, all right.
Get them on the podium.
Well, that's how I think. I just want to get on the side. I just want to see him on my left. That's what I want to do. You could be empty on fuel and still make it. Okay.
All right, we're gonna go back.
So, an exciting end to our last race of the day. Red Cup really delivered. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. But we are not done yet. We'll be back bright tomorrow early morning at 9:55 a.m. Pacific for the Red Cup qualifying. We'll have two more races to go to round it out, and then we will be done with Buttonwillow. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.